Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to today's edition of Live Commentary NASCAR Cup Series action live on KRC. It's the NASCAR Cup Series Federated Auto Parts 400 at the Richmond Raceway, the third to last race of the regular season for the NASCAR Cup Series today. We're going to go through all the predictions for the start of today's race, followed by the starting lineup, and then getting the drop of the green flag and giving you guys the live commentary coverage that I know you guys like. And we are going to have some fun today. Short track racing on the 3/4 mile oval in Richmond, Virginia. A track where we have raced at once already this season. One of the very few tracks that we've raced at more than once so far on the year. And that will, I think, correlate with, how drivers will run today. Ashton G, Furfur Express, Billy Kramer, Corey Freet, Furfur, I already said you, Patrick Shatterley. Oh man, we have a lot of people in here already. Belinda Everett and others, welcome to the stream. And yeah, playoff chaos. It is making it fun to watch. That is very true. That is one thing I think that has kind of helped the TV ratings over the course of the summer months, is all these different winners and knowing, I think people are genuinely curious, are we going to get more than 16 winners, and what is that going to look like? Well, we could end up seeing that today. A couple of the favorites, in my personal opinion, are drivers that have not won a race so far this season. We'll talk about those guys and much more. Be sure to hit that subscribe button if you have not already. Hit the like button as well if you have not already. And on the road to becoming a NASCAR commentator for future races down the road. Kenneth Clark, welcome to the stream. He's pulling for Chase. Melinda Everett pulling for Chase or Blaney. Denny Hamlin qualified third, and he's Furfur Express predicting him to win. Derek Booth, welcome to the stream as well. But yeah, this is going to be very interesting. Coming off the heels of Kevin Harvick winning his 15th, winning and being the 15th different winner so far this season, it's going to be very interesting to see if we do get a 16th winner as well. I do have the TV on currently right now. You guys will get to listen into an interview here with Eric Almirola as I give you all the pre-race and post-race interviews, as well as interviews throughout the course of the race today.
All fine, and the track was just still so slimy and greasy. It was hard to lay a lap down. So starting in the back, have a really fast Smithfield Ford Mustang. I think we were fourth fastest in practice, first on the 15-lap average. So feel like our car is really good where it needs to be on the long run. We made a few minor adjustments, just knowing that we got to pass a lot of cars coming through traffic. But big weekend here. Richmond has been a good place to me over the years, and right here in Smithfield's backyard. So we did an awesome corporate event at Smithfield headquarters on Friday. Had a lot of fun with all their employees, and hopefully we can cap off the weekend here with a victory.
And Parker, the fans saw that graphic earlier. Eric Almirola is very close. He could still make the playoffs with a win.
And another driver that could do that is Austin Dillon at a track that he's run great at. So the question, can you get it done?
Austin Dillon now standing with Parker Kligerman as well.
Yeah, our RCR Chevy's pretty good. Tyler, you can't drink this, man. So you got to be older than whatever you are. Anyways, yeah, our car's pretty good. The Hook Chevy was fast yesterday. It was a bit tight. Worked out in qualifying that way, and we kind of freed up for today's race. But like you said, it's one of my favorite tracks. When they get those long runs, get straight down that straightaway, get as much drive in the rear tires as you can get. We'll work hard, and you'll see how it goes. And this is a big opportunity for us. Three races left to get a win, and we've circled this one.
Keep an eye on this 3-car, Marty.
Certainly will keep an eye on him. He's been very strong here now.
I will say that Austin Dillon has been pretty good at Richmond in recent years. The only thing with Austin Dillon is that he hasn't ran too well in recent weeks, and I don't think that's going to really bode well for him today. We'll get into my pre-race predictions, starting off with the drivers who I don't think are going to run particularly well and you should stay away from on your NASCAR fantasy teams, as well as potential betting. I would just completely stay away from these guys. I don't think either of these two are not only going to win the race today, but I don't think that they're going to have top 10s, in fact, on top of that. So that's my bold prediction for these two drivers. We're going to start off with the guy who has a chance to lock up the regular season championship today, and that's right, I am picking Chase Elliott to not run well today at the Richmond Raceway, or at the very least, not get a top 10 finish. Chase Elliott only has 5 career top 10 finishes and 13 career starts at the Richmond Raceway. He was 8th fastest in practice yesterday, but qualified back in the 23rd place position, last of the 4 Hendrick cars in qualifying, and it wasn't even really close. The other 3 Hendrick drivers qualified all inside the top 5, while Chase Elliott was mired back in 23rd. As far as his stats so far this year on the flatter racetracks as well. Chase Elliott has not done particularly well. 11th at Phoenix, 14th at Richmond earlier this season, 10th at Martinsville, not bad, but 21st at Gateway. Outside of his second place finish at Loudon at New Hampshire a few weeks ago, the flat tracks have not been good for Chase Elliott this season. Really, Hendrick Motorsports for the most part as a whole. On top of that, the poor qualifying effort, I think track position will matter today. You want to be inside the top probably 8 to 10 if you're going to want a shot going into the final stage with the way we're probably going to be seeing likely long green flag runs in that tire strategy that we saw play out in the spring with the 2 stops versus 3 stops. And potentially even maybe drivers trying to stretch it on 1 stop if they can manage their tires enough as well. So I'm going to say stay away from Chase Elliott. By the way, the NASCAR Fantasy League, you can go to the NASCAR mobile app or website, go to the fantasy portion, search for KRC League, KRC in all caps, space, capital L on League. I'll put it down in the chat. And it is free to join. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race of your choosing in 2023 if you do win the regular season or the playoff championship. Just 3 weeks to go. And we'll take a look at those points before we get into the race today after we get through the predictions as well. Jeff Sperry, welcome into the stream. Forward Racing Association, welcome as well. So I know a couple of you guys are rooting for Chase Elliott, but personally I don't think he's going to run particularly well today. This is one of his worst racetracks, and I think it's actually better that it's in the regular season than the playoffs like it has been pretty much every year since it was booted from the regular season finale. So I will say that that will help Chase Elliott, I'm sure, in the playoffs. Obviously, the round of 16 probably doesn't look like too much of a threat with all the playoff points he already has in comparison to the rest of the field, but you still never know if he's going to have one bad race. Yeah, he might have a get-out-of-jail-free card, but if he has, a mediocre race and a bad race in one round, it could still come back to bite him. So luckily, Richmond's in the regular season, and it comes at a point where he pretty much has the regular season championship all but locked up over Ryan Blaney as well. Yeah, Derek Booth is at the race. You'll have to apologize for me maybe feeling a little bit stuffy. I have been a little bit under the weather this weekend, but I'm trying to bust the stream out for you guys because I know it's an important one. A lot of you guys cannot watch the race, and of course we were not able to do live commentary last weekend as it was at the Michigan International Michigan International Speedway. But glad that you guys are tuning in for this one. Size on Alt, Terry Lewis, welcome to the stream. Yeah, Michigan was a great race, I thought. One of the better Michigan races I've seen in person. I want to say it was my 6th race. There's a Dale Earnhardt impersonator. He looks like him if Dale Sr. was still alive today. He looks older than what Dale Sr. was at the time. The time of his tragic passing. So they're showing both the RFK drivers right now. I don't know if they're going to get an interview with them or not. I don't think they are. Talk about Chris Buescher and Brad Keselowski right now. Yeah, they're just talking about him right now. I can hear it in my ear, but what I see in my ear is a little bit delayed from what I see on TV. And that's so that way I don't hear the commentary in my ear for when the live commentary portion of the stream actually starts. Alrighty. So we talked about Chase Elliott and how I don't think he's going to run well. Another driver who I don't think is going to run well, and he's also been on a hot streak as of late, would be Bubba Wallace in the 2311 Toyota. Wallace has not finished inside the top 10 in any of his 8 career starts at Richmond. His 3 starts here with 2311 includes a 26th place finish earlier this season, 32nd and 26th in both races last year. Didn't unload particularly quick compared to a lot of the other Toyotas in the field today. 24th fastest in practice, just did not unload well with speed. Qualified 11th, I do think that track position will matter to a certain extent, but I think Wallace is going to finish outside the top 10 today. I think that streak of 4 will come to an end today. Richmond is just not one of his best tracks. In fact, of the 3 traditional short tracks, I'd say that this is definitely his worst. So I would look towards Bubba Wallace, particularly not having a good day, or at least a good finish. Obviously, that could come into play with his crew chief as well. Some would say that Booty Barker has really turned that team around to a certain extent. I would say yes, in the fact that he held the team together when it seemed like they were falling apart massively there in the summer months, especially those June and July months before they hit August, and well, I should say before they hit the end of July and went on that hot streak that we're seeing them on right now. But yeah, middle to early summer though, that 23-11 team was not great, and a lot of the strategy calls from Moody Barker kind of led into that. Yeah, the pit crew wasn't great either. They have fixed the pit crew problems, I think, at maybe not at Toyota as a whole, but at least with the 23 car temporarily till the end of the regular season, as long as those pit crew members stay swapped, I guess, even when the playoffs come. I think that Wallace can have better pit stops, but I just don't trust Moody Barker as a crew chief to get Bubba Wallace into the playoffs one of these years. If he wins a race, I don't think he'd ever be able to point his way in. I feel like the only way Bubba Wallace would be able to get into the playoffs is if he wins a race. And I think he is more than capable of winning a race. But as far as, the crew chiefing goes, I don't see it. I have nothing against Moody Barker, by the way. I do think he is a good crew chief. I just don't know if it's the combination between the two just isn't quite the right combination. But he has made some pretty questionable calls this season that have taken Bubba Wallace out of a chance for a top 10. I think actually one of those races was at Richmond earlier this year, if I'm not mistaken. Dark Crypto, welcome into the stream. Daniel McKean, welcome. Austin Dillon for the win, says Patrick Shadley. That's a bold prediction. He has ran well at Richmond in the past, but particularly this year at Richmond, he did not run well. The only short track he ran well at this year was Martinsville when he finished second, which is a flat short track, so Austin Dillon's got that going for him, but he is also starting deep in the field. He wasn't that fast in practice either yesterday. Even his teammate Tyler Reddick was pretty poor in qualifying and practice yesterday too. Both the RCR cars are off, not just Austin Dillon. They get a top 10. Honestly, it'll be a good day for both cars, the way that their teams have been struggling this weekend in particular. Terry Lewis going for Martin Truex Jr. See Martin Truex Jr. or Elliott winning. And again, Richmond is a strategy race. Yeah, and I do think the drivers with the better crew chiefs and the more experienced crew chiefs, I do think would come into play a little bit more than the drivers that maybe don't have as good of a crew chief. Even if they're not as long tenured, if they have proven that they are good crew chiefs, I do think that they will run well. You look at the Richmond race earlier in the spring, Denny Hamlin won. Chris Gabehart, arguably one of the best crew chiefs in the game. Guy who finished second, Kevin Harvick. He's got Rodney Childers, also arguably one of the best crew chiefs in the game. James Small has proven, at least when it comes to strategy games, that he could get Martin Truex Jr. good finishes, and Truex is really good at Richmond, so they had a top 5. Rudy Fugle, I think he's proven to be a great crew chief in the Cup Series, even though he is only in his second season crew chiefing in the Cup Series. He's done pretty well, I'd say, especially in the strategy races for William Byron. Got him a top 5 earlier at Richmond this year. So I do think the crew chiefs are really going to come into play today. And that's another reason why I don't think Bubba Wallace particularly is going to get the top 10. Chase Elliott's got a good crew chief, but he doesn't have a good starting spot. I think he can get into the top 10 by the end of Stage 3 and potentially still get a top 10 at the end of the race. But my bold prediction is that Chase Elliott and then again Bubba Wallace do not get the top 10s. Two potential underdog/sleeper picks for today's race. I'm going to lean on Christopher Bell as being one of which. Bell only has one win on the season. He is in the top 10 in the regular season standing, so he has come to the forefront and could be one of the championship favorites as we head into the playoffs. Bell is particularly really good at Richmond. Toyota is as a whole for the most part, except for the 2311 Toyotas. For whatever reason, they struggled here earlier this year. Even Kurt Busch didn't have a good run at this track earlier this season as well. But as far as the Joe Gibbs Toyotas, you can pretty much count on them to have a pretty good day majority of the time. Christopher Bell has finished 6th or better in all 3 starts with JGR at Richmond. 6th earlier this season. He finished 3rd and 4th in both races last year. Even in his one start in 2020 with Levine Family Racing, he finished 15th place with that 95 car. So pretty good there as well. He led 63 laps in the spring race earlier this year. He did have a much better starting spot than what he does today. That's the only downfall for Christopher Bell. He was 18th quickest in practice, 21st fastest in qualifying. He was 3rd of the 4 JGR cars. He was faster than Kyle Busch overall yesterday on the on-track action. But compared to Martin Truex Jr. and Denny Hamlin, he's back quite a bit. I don't think Bell's going to compete for the win necessarily like the other 2 Toyotas could of the 19 and the 11, but I do think he's going to at least have a good finish. At bare minimum, we'll get a top 10 today, and I think he'd be a good start for your fantasy lineup and potential long shot to win today's race. You never know. if the cards play out correctly as well. William Byron is the other underdog pick I have today. I mentioned him briefly when I was talking about his teammate Chase Elliott. Byron led 122 laps at Richmond earlier this season. Those aren't the only laps he led in his career at Richmond. Prior to that point, he didn't lead a single lap. He does have a good starting spot today, qualified in the 4th place position yesterday afternoon, and he was 20th fastest in practice, so they really were able to work on that car quite a bit in practice to get it to where they needed to for qualifying. He was really fast here earlier this year, finished in 3rd as I mentioned. It came down to a strategy race. I trust his crew chief as well. He's got a good starting spot. I think Byron can be somebody that not only gets a top 10 finish today, but I think he will end up scoring quite a bit of stage points as well along the way because, again, he's in the top 10. That first stage is really short as well. I think it's only 75 or 80 laps. So that could also be pretty much a lock for any of the drivers inside the top 5 to get some sort of stage points with how hard it is to pass on the flat tracks with the next-gen car as well. Byron also finished 7th in one of the 2 Richmond races last year. I believe it was a spring race. So he's been pretty good at Richmond the last few seasons at least. So I'm high on William Byron today. I think he can potentially be the highest finishing Hendrick Motorsports driver in today's race. Got 49 people watch right now, 22 likes on the stream. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. R6 and Wade Solinsky, welcome into the stream. I want to see what you guys think about the must-have, or before I get into the must-have picks, I want to see what you guys think of the don't-have picks that I had today, as well as the potential sleeper picks. You guys think those are good picks? I'm more than willing for a debate in the chat as well. If you agree with me, we're about 21 minutes away yet from the countdown to the command. So we have quite a ways yet before the start of that. If there's any other driver interviews between now and then, you guys will get to listen in like you heard from Eric Almirola already, as well as Austin Dillon earlier on in the stream. Alan Williams, welcome to the stream. Picking William Byron. Byron's a good pick today. He doesn't have many top 10s this year and has been on a really bad streak, honestly, over the course of the summer, but I think today is a day that William Byron could potentially turn it around. You look back earlier this year, too. One of his 2 wins were at Martinsville. Martinsville's a flat track as well. It's a flat, short track, so I think that could be big for him. Here's Ryan Blaney. Interview while he's doing his parade lap.
End of the deal, really. It's just we've been doing it all year, trying to win and trying to run well, and it'll be exciting for 3 weeks, that's for sure. But just focusing on today and trying to stay up towards the front, and such a tough race and tough racetrack, and you just try to stay on top of things and do the best you can.
You did better this spring than you have done in some time here. Did you come to grips with this place finally?
I hope so. We get a little better every time we come here. It's a lot of hard work trying to figure out what we need to do to be better. So a lot of hard work on my end, team's end, communicating, just trying to figure out how do we have to be. And but proud of the games we made. Hopefully they continue today.
Had an interesting conversation with one crew chief about this place and why it goes green so much. Is because you make mistakes here that don't really cost you. How hard is it to stay mistake-free here and not really cost yourself time?
It's tough to not make mistakes here because the tires wear out so much. You're constantly slowing down every single lap, and it's easy to kind of get trying hard and trying to pass somebody, and then next thing you know, you burn your stuff up. So kind of mental fortitude, I guess, is the best thing you can keep.
Here's to a smooth day. 3 races to get to those playoffs. Parker, what about your guy?
Well, the guy's trying to
Parker
hold
Gilligan
on
with Martin Truex Jr.
So you're 19 points out behind Ryan Blaney. You're at a place, you've had a lot of success. What's it going to take to get it done and get in the playoffs?
Just going to have to execute today, Parker. I think our Bass Pro Toyotas felt pretty close yesterday. Made some adjustments last night. Hopefully they're the right ones. Got to be good on long runs. Got to be good on restarts. It's a tough balance, but execution is going to be huge. Track position is going to be huge. We need to stay up front.
How do you balance in the position you guys are in versus going for points and sort of knowing you could get in on points, right? Versus going for the outright win. And if you guys were to do that, be the only way to get in, right, would be through a win.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you're trying to do the best you can. We're not throwing a Hail Mary. We're not going to get wadded up going for first if we don't have the car. So just go out and race smart like we always do and take what it'll give us.
Of these 3, is this your best shot?
Probably.
There you go, Marty. This is it for the 19 team. If they want to get in the playoffs, might be their best shot.
A lot of pressure on the next few hours for Martin Truex Jr. and that team. Okay.
I had to step away. I had to sneeze again. Jeez Louise. Robin Marks, welcome into the stream as well. Alrighty. Brad Keselowski's your pick. That's a very bold prediction. Don't see guys like Dylan doing well today. Yeah, I mean, the RCR cars, I talked about it very briefly. I didn't think that they were going to run particularly well because they didn't qualify or practice real well, but I wanted to go bold with my predictions on the don't-haves today and go with Chase Elliott, a guy who has pretty much dominated the season, and Bubba Wallace for those reasons I already gave. Toxic Punk Young Boy, Cheyenne, welcome into the stream. How many minutes until the race starts? I believe we have a little over 15 minutes until the, not the drop of the green flag, but until the command. You guys will get to listen to that as well as the national anthem in our pre-race as well. MTJ could get a top 10 at Watkins Glen. Richmond is his biggest shot. Yeah, I'd say Richmond's definitely the biggest shot for him. He's not particularly well on the super speedways, although this year he's been pretty good, but I don't know if that's necessarily because he has gotten that much better. I think a lot of luck has probably gone into that. And he's a guy that's particularly been unlucky on the super speedway tracks in his career. And as far as Truex and Watkins Glen, Toyotas just haven't been quick on the... I mean, outside of Bubba Wallace at Indy getting the top 5, which pretty much he kind of just missed all the carnage on the restarts. Barely missed one. Had to go through the grass to miss it. If he didn't miss those wrecks, I mean, honestly, I don't think he would have had a top 10. And if those wrecks wouldn't have even happened, I don't think he would have had a top 10 as well as all the other Toyotas, except for Christopher Bell. Bell did run good at Indy. But outside of Bell at Indy, Road America, they all stunk. Sonoma, they all stunk. Coda was kind of hit or miss for Toyota. So, I do think Ryan Blaney's been a lot better on the road courses this year. He's been really good, honestly, in comparison to Truex. So, I do think Truex will close that cutoff line battle today. And, in fact, we'll roll into the must-haves now. Martin Truex Jr. is one of my must-have picks for today's race. How could you not have Martin Truex Jr. in your fantasy lineup today? How could you leave him out? 7 straight top 5 finishes at Richmond. He has finishes of 4th, 1st, 5th, 2nd, 1st, and 3rd in those last 7 races. He has led 80 or more laps in 9 of the last 11 races as well. Get a load of these numbers. He led 80 laps here earlier this season, and then he led 80 laps in the fall race last year. In the spring race last year, he led 107. He didn't lead any laps in the fall race in 2020, and that was the only race there that year. The 2 races in 2019, he won them both, 109 and 186 laps led. Then he led 163 laps the race before that, 121 the race before that in the spring of 2018. In 2017 with Furniture Row, he led 198 laps. Did not lead any laps in the spring race, but in 2016 in the fall race, also with Furniture Row, he led 193 laps. Martin Truex Jr. knows how to lead a bunch of laps. I think he'll be in contention for the win today. He's got a good starting spot as well. Qualified 6th, was also fastest in practice yesterday. And he's won 3 times here in the last 5 races as well. So Martin Truex Jr., in my opinion, is one of the favorites, if not the favorite, to win today's race. If he is going to be that 16 different winner, today's his day. I don't think he's going to win at Daytona. I don't think he's going to win at Watkins Glen. So if he's going to get in off a win, I think it will be today. And he's got a great shot to get a lot of stage points in comparison to Ryan Blaney. You consider that Blaney did qualify pretty well, but he's not great at Richmond. Even if Blaney gets stage points today, he's not going to get as many as Martin Truex Jr. in my opinion, as long as that 19 team doesn't have like a pit road penalty or something like that, which Toyotas have a problem with most of the year, even though the 19 team in particular hasn't really had problems on pit road. He had a top 5, obviously, earlier this season. I think pretty much the same strategy is going to come into play. And one thing that comes into play as well, the drivers that didn't run well at the very end of the race on their strategy. I think the strategy that Hamlin or Harvick had, they know that that's the best strategy to win the race. So if they're in the lead, they're probably going to go with that 2 to 3 stop strategy. I think the 1 stop strategy is going to be more for guys that are probably in that 4th through 10th range, maybe 4th through 8th range. That'll have a shot to win at the end of the race. Obviously, if we still have long green flag runs, which I think we will at Richmond. It's been a long time since we've had a race at Richmond where there have been a decent amount of cautions. I'm actually going to look it up real quick. I honestly cannot remember the last time there has been more than 6 cautions in a Richmond race, and that's even counting the 2 stage breaks too. So Richmond, yeah, it has been a long time. Wow. Okay, so 5 cautions, and this is including stages, so I'll take the stages out of it. we had 3 cautions for incident in the spring race earlier this year at Richmond. In the fall race last season at Richmond, there was only 3 cautions for incident. Only 3 cautions for incident in the spring race at Richmond in 2021. The one race in 2020, there was only 1 caution for incident. 3 cautions for incident in both races in 2019. 1 caution for incident in the fall race in 2018. Spring race 2018, there were only 4 cautions for incident. There were 5 cautions for incident in 2017. You have to go all the way back to 2016 in the playoff race at Richmond. And I don't even think that was in the playoffs, actually. I think that was the regular season finale at the time. So the regular season finale in 2016 at Richmond, that was the last time that there have... hang on, I had the date wrong. The spring race, sorry. The spring race in 2017 was the last time there were more than 5 cautions for incident in a Richmond Cup race. So this is not a track that has a lot of cautions, especially over the last handful of years, with the way this track has really been the last handful of years, where it's pretty much a one-groove track right around the bottom. It's very hard to pass. Cars are going to be slipping and sliding, especially today. It's going to be mid-80s. It's going to be a lot slicker than what it was in the race earlier this season where there were cooler temperatures. I will say that it does look like there's overcast skies today, which I think will help at least a little bit with trying to cool the track temps down, but not a whole lot compared to the fact that there's a lot more humidity this time of the year than back in March where they raced here the first time. So, yeah, I would probably lean towards... What was I talking about before? Oh, yeah, I would probably lean towards not a lot of cautions in today's race, to be completely honest. Although we haven't really had a day race this time of the year at Richmond. Usually it's under the lights, so it's a lot cooler. So I guess if we were to have a race that we were going to see quite a few cautions at Richmond, today would probably be the day, but I still don't think that that's going to be the case. Regine Huddleston, welcome to the stream. Tim Irvin, welcome into the stream as well. Harvick going back-to-back. That's what he's pulling for. That's a bold prediction. We've had a lot of bold predictions in the chat. I like it. I think the rear diffuser will come in to a factor in passing. In a good way or a bad way? I don't think there's going to be a whole lot. Even before the next-gen car, it was really tough to pass at Richmond, even with the Gen 6 car, too. So, even though the flat track, it's been particularly harder to get to the back bumper of another car, especially a couple laps after a restart. Once they get spaced out just a little bit, it is definitely harder. Night races are interesting. Yeah, I mean, I wish there were more night races on the schedule, personally. The reason why there isn't is because of TV ratings. I don't like the fact they have to move it to Sunday night. I understand that it's better for TV ratings, but it does kind of stink for people trying to go to the race, because they're probably going to have to schedule off on Monday, even if they're a local, where before, if they were a local going to the race, they could probably get away with not having to get off of work on that Monday. Becomes a little bit harder. Yeah, 1 week ago. Saw Wade at Michigan last week. I do have the betting odds down at the bottom of the screen as well. Some of the favorites for today's race. The top 10 favorites, and then some of the long shots who I thought were interesting where they laid, according to Vegas, as far as their odds of trying to win today's race. Cy Zion all saying that there's going to be a bunch of cautions because of how people are frustrated and moving people. I mean, that's typical short track racing, I guess, what you're expecting, but we haven't really just seen that at Richmond. I think we'll see a couple guys get into a couple guys throughout the course of the day's race, but it's not going to be like a Martinsville or a Bristol where you're seeing guys get into each other to pass more often than not. Okay, so I talked about Martin Truex Jr. being a must-have. There's one more must-have who I have, and this guy's actually my prediction to win today's race, and that is going to be the other JGR Toyota that I haven't talked about, of Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin has 9 top 5s in his last 11 Richmond starts. He has 11 top 10s in the last 13 races at Richmond as well. Qualified third for today's race, was 6th overall in practice. I think he was a skosh quicker overall in yesterday's on-track action. The Martin Truex Jr. was very tough for me to pick between the 19 and the 11 today. And I picked the 11 because he was just a bit quicker than him yesterday. Plus, the reasoning he won here earlier this year also kind of goes towards Denny Hamlin. Not only Hamlin won here earlier this season, but he also led 404 laps combined between the two races at Richmond last season in 2021. Finished second in both races as well, and also won both stages in both races, Stage 1 and Stage 2, along the way as well. So Denny Hamlin is also a good pick for your fantasy lineup, a must-have. I think it could very well come down to Truex and Hamlin to win today's race. Those are, in my opinion, the two favorites, and I do think that Denny Hamlin will win. That is my prediction. Coincidentally, my preseason predictions, where I predicted the winner of every race, I had Denny Hamlin winning today as well, so sticking with it. All the way back in February, I guess I called this race. Denny Hamlin is my pick to win. I predicted only 2 winners correctly so far this year, so I'm trying to go for 3. Here is the national anthem now for today's race. Pre-race invocation.
Please remain standing as Cub Scout Pack 0407, Boy Scout Troop 462, and Boy Scout Troop 0028 lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome from Motor Racing Outreach, Nick Terry.
God, we thank you for today. We thank you, God, for your presence with us. And God, we thank you for the blessings in our lives, for the opportunity to enjoy racing today, for these race fans, and for our freedom. And God, I pray for those who have and are defending it. Lord, I thank you for this race. I pray over it. And God, I ask your hand of protection, a blessing and safety upon each driver, their teams, safety workers, and officials. In Christ's name, amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome from the U.S. Army Training and Doctrine Band, Specialist Maya Rodriguez.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Well, with that, let's go racing, ladies and gentlemen. Time for today's starting lineup, as we'll roll through the 36-car field and all 18 rows for today's race. Kyle Larson will be starting on the pole, trying to get his second career win at the Richmond Raceway today. Fastest in qualifying yesterday. Wasn't that great in practice, but set the quick time overall when it mattered the most. Ross Chastain ends up qualifying in the second place position, finished outside the top 15 at Richmond earlier this season. Didn't run particularly well in practice as well, but also qualified on the front row like his, not Hendrick Chevy teammate, but his Chevrolet partner up at the front of the field. And Ross Chastain will be going for his third win this season. Denny Hamlin and William Byron will line up in row number 2. Denny Hamlin starting in the third place position, won the spring race at Richmond earlier this year. He's a multi-time winner at the racetrack. and try to get another win at his home track again this weekend. William Byron qualified to the 4th place position, also had a top 5 at Richmond earlier this season. Has a win on a short track already as well this year at Martinsville. Alex Bowman and Mark Truex Jr. will line up in row number 3. Truex is a 3-time Richmond winner. He is 19 points below the cutoff line coming into today's race behind Ryan Blaney. And Alex Bowman also is a 1-time Richmond winner. He won the spring race in 2021, trying to go for a second at the racetrack and his second of the season today. Couple of Fords starting in row 4. Cole Custer and Brad Keselowski will be the 2 drivers. Both the must-win situations if they're going to want to make it into the playoffs this year. Keselowski, a former Richmond winner as well. Eric Jones and Ryan Blaney will round out the top 10 in row number 5. Eric Jones in a must-win situation as well. And Ryan Blaney, the final driver above the cutoff line without a win in the regular season so far. He is 19 points again to the good over Martin Truex Jr., and he led the most laps in the spring race at Richmond earlier this season. Bubba Wallace and Austin Dillon will line up in row number 6. Bubba Wallace has a career hot streak right now of 4 straight top 10s and 3 top 5s in that stretch, including a second-place finish at Michigan last week. Finished 26th earlier this season, though, at Richmond. Him and Booty Barker have a hard days of work cut out for him today if they're going to want to get that top 10 streak to go yet another race. And Austin Dillon also has a second-place finish on the short track this season back at Martinsville, and also has a second-place finish at Richmond a couple years ago in 2020 as well. Kevin Harvick and Ty Gibbs will line up in row number 7. This is the best starting spot for Ty Gibbs. Second best starting spot for Ty Gibbs in his Young Cup Series career. Kevin Harvick finally broke victory lane last week at Michigan, snapping a 65 race losing skid. Chase Briscoe, his teammate, as well as another Ford driver, Todd Gilliland, will line up in row number 8. Chase Briscoe is a 1-time winner this year at Phoenix. Some would say that Richmond and Phoenix are the 2 tracks that are most similar on the schedule to each other. So maybe that will come in play for Chase Briscoe today. Todd Gilliland trying to get just his second top 10, both on the season and in his Cup Series career. Joey Logano and Chris Buescher will line up in row number 9. Joey Logano is a former Richmond winner, multi-time Richmond winner at that. And Chris Buescher looking for his first win at the track today, again in a must-win situation, as is pretty much every driver below the cutoff line, excluding Martin Truex Jr. in today's race. Noah Gragson and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. will line up in row number 10. Gragson, it was announced earlier this week, he will take over for the 42 car for Petty GMS full-time next season, looking to gain more track experience at each track he goes to in a Cup Series car this year with colleague. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. had a pretty good run at Richmond earlier this year. Strategy didn't really play out well for him. Just finished outside the top 10. But for Ricky Stenhouse Jr., also looking to hopefully get back onto the hot streak he had a little bit earlier in the season where he scored 4 straight top 10s himself. Christopher Bell and Ty Dillon will line up in row number 11. Again, Ty Dillon will be out of the Petty GMS car at the end of the season. Still trying to fight for a ride. A good run today could go well for that. And Christopher Bell is one of the sleeper picks for today's race. 3 finishes inside the top 6 for Christopher Bell, and all 3 starts at the racetrack with JGR. Regular season points leader Chase Elliott and Daniel Suarez will line up in row number 12 for today's race. Chase Elliott only has 5 career top 10s at the Richmond Raceway and 13 career starts coming into today's race. And Daniel Suarez not particularly well at Richmond as well, and he did not obviously qualify good, but also was outside the top 15 in practice. His teammate Ross Chastain, although he qualified on the front row, was also outside the top 10 in practice, so it'll be interesting how both Trackhouse cars do from each side of the field in the race today. Landon Castle and Tyler Reddick will line up in row number 13, and for Tyler Reddick, he is a 2-time winner already this year, but has yet to win on an oval in his NASCAR Cup Series career. Has ran really good at Richmond as well as RCR as a whole, but they struggled in practice and qualifying yesterday. Justin Haley and Cody Ware will be back in row number 14. Row number 15 will be Kyle Busch and Harrison Burton. Kyle Busch was very, very poor in practice and qualifying yesterday, outside the top 25 in both, and definitely the worst of the 6 Toyota drivers so far this weekend on speed. It'll be interesting to see if Kyle Busch can rebound for a good finish. Here's the command also for today's race.
First, start your engines! It's short track break.
Final 3 rows rounding out the field will be Corey LaJoie and Eric Almirola in row 16, Austin Cindric, Michael McDowell in row 17, J.J. Yaley, B.J. McLeod in row 16. rounding out the 36-car field for today's race. Working on trying to get that raw feed up for you guys right now, but that is the starting lineup for today's Federated Auto Parts 400 at Richmond. Get my camera back on here real quick. Raw feed is not up on NASCAR's website. I was at Michigan last weekend, so I don't know if there was a problem with the raw feed not working at the beginning of the race again this week, but the last 3 or 4 live commentary live streams that we have done on the channel so far this season, there have been issues with the raw feed on NASCAR's website. Let me get the chat on my phone also in the process. So we aren't that far away from the drop of the green flag in today's race now. Just over 100 people already watching in the early going of today's race. See if we can get to 3,000 subscribers today. That'd be great. Hi, Steven King 92 Hammer. Welcome to the stream. Reagan Fan 6. Adrian K. Welcome as well. NASCAR Fan 88. Welcome into the stream. Chastity 80, welcome to the stream as well. Hopefully I said your last name correctly. Probably Edie. Live commentary every weekend. I'm not at the track, or at least most weekends I'm not at the track. I'll be doing live commentary for next Sunday's NASCAR Cup Series race at Watkins Glen as well. And I will be able to do Daytona if it is on Sunday next week, or the week after, I should say. But if it is raced on Saturday night and there's no issues with rain at Daytona for the regular season finale, I won't be able to do that live commentary, unfortunately. Got a fantasy football draft later that night. I also have to work during the day, too. So even if I had to come home, I'd kind of have to rush to get the stream up. But if they race on Sunday, though, I will definitely give you guys live commentary for that race. Next track I'm going to in person that you guys will get to see live race highlights from the grandstands from will be at Kansas, which would be the second race of the round of 16 in the playoffs. Fantasy football draft is tonight. Awesome. Marcus Lorenzen, welcome to the stream. NASCAR fan Chastain and Chase Elliott. Oh, they're both on the front row. Mike Strickland, welcome to the stream as well. Mike, Marcus is pulling for Truex in the race today. I do think, like I said, he is one of the favorites. Go. So for now, you'll get to see the lineup on the right side of the screen. Once NASCAR's raw feed becomes available on their website, then you guys will get to see the top 30 as well as all the interval times between each driver, their fastest lap time, and just good lap times overall. Here's Martin Truex Jr. and the in-car radio.
We know this has been a really good track for us, so just trying to capitalize, just trying not to get caught up in all the noise. I've been in some big races in my career, and this is just another one of those, so we'll do our best with our best pro Camry. It was pretty close yesterday. Hopefully we get it dialed in and keep that track position. It's going to be important.
What kind of racetrack we got? I mean, you out there in practice yesterday. Is it going to be single groove? Going to be able to move around?
Seems like you can move around maybe a little bit in 3 and 4, but for the most part, I think you need to be on the bottom, and it's going to be hard to pass because of that.
All right, buddy. Thanks for talking to us today. Good luck.
Appreciate it.
There's only one spot remaining.
So again, the dilemma coming into today's race, Martin Truex Jr. 19 points below the cutoff line on Ryan Blaney. But if we get a 16 different winner, either today at Richmond, next week at Watkins Glen, or the regular season finale at Daytona, that driver will be locked into the playoffs. If we get more than 16 different winners, and every driver with one win on the season is not a complete lock, it would actually be the last driver on points of the drivers with one win would get booted. As of right now, that would be Kurt Busch, who has missed 4 consecutive weeks due to a concussion that was sustained in a qualifying effort back at Pocono 4 weekends ago. Ikiaka Stewart, welcome to the stream. Welcome from Honolulu, Hawaii. Thanks for subscribing as well. Roxy Bullinger, welcome to the stream. Roxy's pulling for Blaney today as well. I know I'm pulling for Blaney. I'm just hoping he doesn't miss the playoffs. Oh, man. I'll be on the edge of my seat today if anybody that has not had a win so far this season is up in contention late. It is not going to be a very easy time for all Martin Truex Jr. and Ryan Blaney fans over these next few weeks. I'll tell you that much. 150 people already watching in today's race. Thanks for everybody tuning in. We're only minutes away, maybe even less than that, from the drop of the green flag for today's race. 400 laps, 300 miles around the 3/4 mile short track in Richmond, Virginia. NASCAR, welcome to the stream. Not the real NASCAR, but that's his channel name, so I have to call him by it. Frank, welcome to the stream as well. Watch on TV right now. Yep, you can definitely watch on TV. It is on the USA Network today. Again, just a tad below the weather, so I apologize if I might sound a little congested or something of that nature. If I end up looking away at any point, it's because I am probably blowing my nose more often than not. I feel fine personally. It's just little congestion. I believe they'll be getting the 1-to-go signal this time by. Kyle Larson has elected the inside lane for the start of today's race. He is the pole sitter. Yep, lights are off on the pace car. Mark DeMars, welcome into the stream. NASCAR used the best season ever. Should have been used this season. If any season changed my mind. No, I agree with you 100%. Yeah, they used it in the gap year last season. The way last season started off, it looked like it could have been this year. And then once they got through like 11 races, Kyle Larson just went on a tear. But this year, I mean, it's really anybody's game. Chase Elliott's the favorite for the championship, and I don't think there's a clear favorite for second on back through probably 10th or 12th as of right now. Even two drivers that may potentially miss the playoffs, they're championship contenders of Martin Truex Jr. and Ryan Blaney. Pace cars pulled onto pit road. They're heading into the Geico restart zone. We're about to get this race kicked off today. Kyle Larson will lead the field to the green, and we're underway at Richmond. Too wide through most of the field down into turns 1 and 2, side by side for the race lead right now between Ross Chastain and Kyle Larson. And despite not being the control car off the start, Ross Chastain will be clear of Kyle Larson off the exit of turn 2 on the outside lane. Able to get back down to the bottom in turns 3 and 4 in front of Larson as well. Side by side still for third place between William Byron and Denny Hamlin. Both had a run on Kyle Larson in front of him, but Byron got held up on the outside, giving an advantage down low for Hamlin until Larson moves down in front of him in the middle of the corner. Drive off the exit of turn 2 will help the 24 car that time, but the 11 will still stay underneath them on their way into turns 3 and 4, and still side by side as Martin Truex Jr. is in 5th place, closing the gap on the two cars that are running side by side in front of him, and he is all clear of both of the cars that are actually running side by side behind him as well, Brad Keselowski and Alex Bowman, as they battle for the 6th place position behind Truex. Byron has finally cleared Hamlin into turns 1 and 2, hops back down to the bottom lane in 3rd place, leaving Hamlin back in 4th. Ryan Blaney's gained a couple spots from the start, up to 8th place as well after qualifying 10th. Brad Keselowski up 2 spots, and we have a caution already on the racetrack. Tyler Reddick is slow off the exit of turn 4. So caution is out on lap 3 in today's race. So it sounds like Tyler Reddick spun in turns 3 and 4. That will be the first caution for incident today. Slicker track conditions today compared to most races at Richmond that we have seen. This is a little bit earlier in the year compared to most Richmond summer/fall races. And it's also in the daytime versus the nighttime. Mid 80 degree temperatures, the high for today's race. I'm sure that track temp is at or probably very near 100 degrees. Looked like Reddick kind of drove it in a bit too early. Into turns 3 and 4, washed up the racetrack into the side of Ty Dillon, who was on his outside. Dillon kept control, but Reddick ended up spinning out. Everybody missed Reddick to the outside as Reddick kept the car down on the racetrack. Mid-spin in 3 and 4. But caution on lap 3 today. Did not take long for our first incident. Chastain was able to lead the first 4 laps prior to the caution flag coming out. Am I on NASCAR radio on Sirius XM? No. I don't know if you were asking me like if this is on Sirius XM or if I'm listening to it, but no. So I'm actually listening to the race audio from the NBC/USA Network telecast in my ear, and it's a little bit behind what I'm seeing on TV, so that way I can give you guys an actual call. So what I'm seeing is before I hear anything. It's probably only like a 5 to 10 second delay in my ear, so that way everything is natural with the commentating. Favorite drivers for Cup: Denny Hamlin. Oh, for the championship. Okay. So, oh, no, never mind. Your favorite drivers in general. I see what you're saying now. So your favorite drivers are Denny Hamlin, Brandon Jones. Then you have Deegan, Hocevar, and Crafton for the Truck Series. TRG Eternal Tornado, welcome into the stream. Chase Elliott doing bad. Well, they're only 3 laps in, then a caution came out, so it's still very early, but he didn't qualify well yesterday. Qualified 23rd and still in 21st. Gained 2 spots off the start. I'll constantly be looking at the potential raw feed coming up on NASCAR's website, especially during the commercials and cautions in today's race. Until that, though, you'll get to see the leaderboard on Fox Sports' website. You'll only be able to see the top 10 at once on the right side of the screen currently. Earl Arnold Jr., welcome to the stream. Eric Jones is in 10th right now. Lined up for the restart as they come back for the commercial break. Green flag back in the air. Ross Chastain will elect the inside lane despite being on the outside on the initial start. Squeezes the 5 car of Kyle Larson into turns 1 and 2, 3 and nearly 4 wide at the very middle of the pack right now as Bubba Wallace is starting to move backwards in a hole between the 14 of Briscoe and the 22 of Joey Logano. Chastain was able to pull clear and lead the first lap following the restart on Kyle Larson. Side by side for position between Denny Hamlin and William Byron. Byron on the inside this time, Hamlin on the outside, rolls reverse from before. Brad Keselowski's gained a lot of spots already from the start of today's race. He'll clear Truex for 5th place off the exit of turn 2 on the outside lane. Ryan Blaney has moved up to 7th, getting another spot on the restart as well, and is right behind the driver he is battling with for that final playoff spot right now, Martin Truex Jr. 2 car length gap between Chastain and Larson, working their way back into turns 1 and 2 this time. 2 laps now following the restart as Hamlin is in 3rd, also clearing William Byron. Side by side, a little contact down the back straightaway between Alex Bowman and the 48 and the 41 car of Cole Custer. They're side by side for 8th place. 70 laps in stage 1, that's it. Stage points are very important for both Blaney and Truex especially, as well as any driver who may have 1 win. That's towards the bottom of the drivers with 1 win as far as points go, in case we get more than 16 winners. Custer still holding on strong on the outside to the 48 of Bowman down low. Bowman Bowman still not able to clear Custer as Custer gets a good drive off, but Custer ended up getting just a tad loose off the exit of the corner, and Bowman finally clears him. Drops down in line behind him before Joey Logano can get underneath the 41 car, and now Logano charges hard to the outside of Custer, and he will get to the outside of the 41 now. Custer's had good qualifying efforts this year, but they haven't had that 41 car running well during the race. And Joey Logano would clear Custer off of the exit of turn 4, so Custer kind of struggling with the exit of turn 4. It looks like early on he's been passed by 2 cars in the last 2 laps in that corner. Logano running the outside while everybody else is down low on the bottom. That's getting clean air in the nose of the 22 car, and he's working it really well. Quickly to the outside of Alex Bowman into turn 3 now, and is likely going to be able to complete that pass off turn 4, and does. So Joey, a little contact between Logano and Alex Bowman as Bowman clipped the left rear corner panel of Logano. I don't know if he was trying to slide in line right behind him and ended up clipping him just a bit, or if he was trying to side draft him. A little bit of contact, but Logano drives on, still clearing Bowman in the process. Half a second lead already built up for Ross Chastain on lap 14 over Kyle Larson. Larson in second, Denny Hamlin third, William Byron in fourth, and Brad Keselowski rounds out the top 5. Martin Truex Jr. in 6th, Ryan Blaney 7th, Joey Logano 8th, Alex Bowman 9th, Cole Custer rounds out the top 10. Our spotlight drivers for today's race would include the 2 must-haves of Denny Hamlin and Martin Truex Jr., both in the top 10 and 3rd and 6th right now. Sleeper picks of Christopher Bell and William Byron. Byron in 4th. Bell started outside the top 20 today and has moved out a couple spots to 19th. And the 2 don't-haves that I have predicted for today's race to finish outside the top 10 are Bubba Wallace, Chase Elliott, both qualified outside the top 10. Wallace has dropped 3 spots back to 14th, and Chase Elliott is right where he started, still in 23rd. A lot of racing going on middle to the back of the pack right now, right around 20th place. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. side by side with Todd Gilliland. Stenhouse going all the way to the outside now in the 20 of Bell, who's trying to block him in the middle of the corner. Bell also to the outside of the 16 car of Noah Gragson on the front stretch heading towards turns 1 and 2. And now Bell goes really wide. Stenhouse to the middle. Gragson slides up off the yellow line just a bit and almost makes contact with the 47 car. Chase Elliott's got nowhere to go. He's boxed in behind the 38 and the 17 who are side by side in front of him. And now Stenhouse will get to the outside of the 16 car. Christopher Bell getting that maybe second to third lane working as he blows by Kevin Harvick in the 4 car on the front stretch, after quickly getting around Gragson just the lap before. It's crazy how much higher Christopher Bell and even Ricky Stenhouse Jr. are running at the back of the pack compared to other cars are in the field. Bell is definitely the driver running highest of anybody else. 3 wide off the exit of turn 4 between Ty Gibbs, Austin Dillon, Christopher Bell, and Bell passes both the 3 in the 45 who were underneath him that time through 3 and 4. Ryan Blaney, meanwhile, to the inside of Martin Truex Jr., side by side for the 6th place position into turns 3 and 4. Blaney on the inside, Truex up high. Truex slides the car, trying to pinch the 12 car Blaney down to make sure that Truex is going to get a better drive off. He does and clears Blaney at the start-finish line, and Blaney's going to have to retry to make the pass on Truex again. Bell is picking him up and putting him down, though, outside the top 10 right now, and I think he's got a rocket ship. He's already up to 14th, 7 spots gained in the first 20 laps, and that's despite the fact that there were 5 laps ran under caution. Joey Logano in 8th place right behind the battle for 6th to Blaney and Truex. Logano's gained a few spots from the start of the race after qualifying outside the top 10. Quickly moved inside after the restart. Elijah Buddy Jenkins, welcome into the stream. I don't have any kids, no. Random question, but I'll answer it. Now, we're likely not to see any pit stops in Stage 1. They can obviously make it on fuel. Ryan Blaney also was able to finally get around Martin Truex Jr., and that 19 car seems to be struggling in the early going because now Joey Logano has gotten to the outside, and both the Penske cars of the 12 and 22 have passed Truex, bumping the 19 car back to 8th place. Christopher Bell on the outside is up to 12th now and battling Eric Jones for 11th. Nobody else is running the high lane almost near the wall, really, on corner entry. Kind of diamonds the corner off just a bit. He runs in the 3rd lane up on the outside. Then kind of slides up near the wall, cuts it down a little bit, probably 3/4 of the way through the corner, so that way he can get the drive off and not have the car scrape the wall. But Christopher Bell is really working that lane well right now when really nobody else is there, so you'd have to imagine that there's not much rubber built up that high at the racetrack currently, and Bell's still making it work. Dirt track prowess coming into play right now for Bell. Chase Elliott battling with, looks like Austin Dillon right now, side by side for position. Kyle Busch is already inside the top 20 as well. So Busch has moved up 11 spots from 29th to 18th. The Christopher Bell has moved up 10 spots from 21st to 11th. Truex has been passed by Cole Custer, another Ford. He's gotten around him. Truex battling back as they continue to keep that battle on for 9th. That's probably going to allow Bell, who's not far behind him, to close in even quicker. Christopher Bell's got a rocket ship in the early going of today's race. About to go to a commercial break right now on the USA Network. We'll go through a full field rundown of the running order as we are just 27 laps into the Federated Auto Parts 400 today at Richmond. Ross Chastain is currently the race leader. He has led all 27 laps from the start of the race today, despite qualifying second. He's got a 1.7 second lead over Kyle Larson in second place. Denny Hamlin, actually, during the commercial break, has just taken over second place. So make that Hamlin in second, 2.1 seconds off the lead to Chastain. Kyle Larson in third, 2.4 seconds off the lead. William Byron, 3 seconds off the lead in fourth. Brad Keselowski's 4.1 seconds off the lead in fifth. Ryan Blaney is in 6th place, Joey Logano 7th, Alex Bowman 8th, Martin Truex Jr. 9th, Cole Custer rounds out the top 10. Christopher Bell in 11th, Eric Jones in 12th, 13th is Chase Briscoe, 14th Ty Gibbs, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is 15th. Chris Buescher in 16th, Chase Elliott 17th, Bubba Wallace 18th, Kyle Busch in 19th, Kevin Harvick is 20th. Ty Dillon in 21st, Eric Almirola 22nd, Austin Dillon 23rd, Noah Gragson 24th, and Austin Cindric is 25th. Justin Haley, 26th. Daniel Suarez back to 27th. Todd Gilliland, 28th. Harrison Burton, 29th. Michael McDowell, 30th. Corey LaJoie in 31st. Tyler Reddick, after a spin on lap 3, is in 32nd. Landon Castle, 33rd. Cody Ware, 34th. J.J. Yaley, 35th. And B.J. McLeod rounds out the 36-car field. All 36 cars on the lead lap right now, but the leaders, Ross Chastain and others, look as if they're about to get into lap traffic here in a couple laps, as McLeod's about 19.2 seconds off the race lead in last place. They're all 36 cars still on the racetrack as of right now. Morgan Miles, welcome into the stream, pulling for Kyle Busch as well. Yeah, Busch started 29th. He started deep in the field, so he's definitely getting around cars that he just didn't qualify as well as. I didn't get to watch qualifying or practice yesterday, so I'm not sure if Busch maybe got really loose or may have scrubbed the wall or something in qualifying, that he qualified that far back compared to everybody else, especially all the other Toyotas. I mean, Bell didn't qualify well either. Maybe they went out early and qualified. I have no clue. You guys might have to let me know in the chat. Yeah, still checking. I haven't seen anything yet. This is the 4th race Kurt Busch has actually been out. He showed up at Pocono, ran practice, but then he ended up having that crash in qualifying. Hanover Rays, Dark Shadows, welcome to the stream. A lot of people cheering on Kyle Busch in the chat. Perfect Express pulling for Denny Hamlin. Yeah, Hamlin made a pass for second right before went to the commercial break. Larson's got a couple cars not too far behind him. William Byron and Brad Keselowski as well. Keselowski's running a little bit higher lane than Byron, who's hooked on that bottom lane where the yellow line is in the middle of the corner. Kyle Busch has now moved into that same line that Christopher Bell is running up on the outside. And again, I'm surprised more cars are not attempting to run up there. Maybe they don't have the cars capable of doing that, but regardless of the fact that Kyle Busch and Christopher Bell are making it work, Buescher moves up into the middle lane, maybe putting a little bit of dirty air on the 18 car. Keselowski, Byron side by side for 4th. Busch all the way up near the wall, all the way through the corner that time. He's got a lot of speed on the front stretch. Might have had to lift just a hair as he almost got in the wall off turn 4. Still dive bombs down to the inside of the 17 car with the run into turns 1 and 2. And they are side by side for 17th place as well. Chase Elliott has gained 7 spots from the start, also up to 16th place. Joey Logano still hanging on to 9th. He was battling Custer right before the commercial break. Busch will finally complete the pass on the 17 car, all clear off the exit of turn 4 and slides back up into that outside lane. Chase Elliott also battling Ricky Stenhouse Jr. for 15th place on the racetrack. Elliott down low, Stenhouse up on the outside lane. 2.3 second lead between Ross Chastain and Denny Hamlin right now. Make that 2.4 seconds. And Chastain has caught the rear of the field right now in lap traffic. Cars One Boy, welcome into the stream. Brad Keselowski quickly running down Kyle Larson after passing Larson's teammate Byron, who's just behind those two. They're 4 seconds off the race lead right now. Larson and Keselowski, both former Richmond winners. Keselowski a bit lower than Larson through turns 1 and 2. Left side tires were directly on that painted yellow line for Keselowski that last time. Most drivers trying to get as close to it as possible without touching it. Keselowski had his left side tires pretty much all the way on it. It's risky because the lower you go, the more chance of slipping up into the marbles because there's no rubber laid down to that area of the track. Plus there's a transition because there is a bit of banking at Richmond even though it's mostly flat compared to the apron being extremely flat. Mark Truex Jr. talking about his car being really tight in the center of the corner right now as he's not able to get it to roll through, which has led to him dropping back 3 spots from the start of the race. 19 points below Ryan Blaney coming into the race today, and he's 3 spots below him in the race as of right now with just 30 laps to go in Stage 1. Looking to potentially lose more points. Drivers inside the top 10 without wins so far this season. Brad Keselowski in 4th, Ryan Blaney 6th, Mark Truex Jr. 9th, and Cole Custer in 10th. As of right now, the other 6 drivers in the top 10 all have at least 1 win on the season. In fact, a couple of them with 2 wins. Chastain, Hamlin 1-2, both have 2 wins on the year. Joey Logano has 2 wins on the year in 7th. Christopher Bell got up to 11th place pretty quickly, but he's still 2 seconds behind Cole Custer in 10th. I think he might have used his tires up quite a bit trying to pass as many cars as he did off the start, and he stalled out just a tad. He's 11 seconds off the lead from Ross Chastain yet. 28 laps to go in the stage. This stage is probably going to be a lot more tire management than what we're going to see in stages 2 and 3, and the reason is because they do not have to pit for fuel or tires in this stage. It'll be interesting to see if anybody will attempt to potentially pit in Stage 1 to try and make it a one-stop stage. I'm sure that there's a limit on how many tires these teams can use this weekend, so they might not do that, but it'd be an interesting call to say the least. Ryan Smith, welcome into the stream. Chase Elliott and Kevin Harvick. Elliott is in 14th, and Harvick is 20th right now. Denny Hamlin is slowly closing in on Ross Chastain for the lead. It was a 2.4 second lead about 15 laps ago. It's now down to about a 1.9 second lead, so Hamlin has gained a half a second overall in the last 15 laps. That pace is going to be really close to catching him before the end of the stage. It's also going to depend on who can get through the lap cars at the rear of the field better, of course, as well. The later we get in Stage 1, the more harder it's going to be to pass those lap cars because they're not going to give it up easy to try and stay on the lead lap to the end of the stage. Cole Custer to the outside of the 19 car, Martin Truex Jr., and off the exit of Turn 2, they're still side by side with Truex down low and Custer up high. Into Turns 3 and 4, Custer squeezes the 19 car on corner entry. and is going to get the run off the exit using the banking to his advantage on the outside lane, and it looks like he is clear. Cole Custer up to 9th now, and Truex to 10th place. And he is just one spot away from potentially not even getting a single stage point in Stage 1, despite my eyes being one of the favorites. I think, according to Vegas, was the favorite to win today's race. Despite not having a win so far this season, that's how good he is at Richmond. Brad having a good race for once. Yeah, Brad Keselowski's, at least in the first 49 laps out of 400, looking like it could be potentially his best race of the season. And as a Blaney fan, I sure hope he doesn't win. It's going to be brutal. It's worth noting Custer is the only SHR Ford in the top 10 right now as well. He's holding on well. Full screen commercial break right now for the USA Network. We'll go through the top 10 running order. Ross Chastain's going that lead just a little bit over the last couple laps. Once again, he's 2.2 seconds ahead of Denny Hamlin in second. Kyle Larson's 3.8 seconds off the lead in third. Brad Keselowski in fourth, 4.8 seconds off the lead. And William Byron rounds out the top 5. He's 5.5 seconds back of Chastain. Ryan Blaney's 5.9 seconds off the lead in sixth. Joey Logano in seventh, 6.3 seconds off the lead. Alex Bowman in 8th place, 8.3 seconds off the lead. Cole Custer in 9th, 9.6 seconds off the lead. Martin Truex Jr. still rounds out the top 10 at 10.4 seconds off the lead as of right now, and he's got about a 2.3 second gap back to his teammate Christopher Bell in 11th. It looked like Bell might have scraped the wall a little bit at some point in time. I didn't actually see it on TV, but it looked like he had some scuff marks on the right rear quarter panel of the car, so that could be another potential reason that he has slowed down just a little bit. Aerodynamics don't come into as much of an effect on a short track. So I think, if anything, it was maybe wearing his tires out a little too much, running the outside, knowing that there wasn't much rubber there. It worked out well for him to gain a bunch of spots off the start of the race. Now he can kind of settle in. They can get to the pit stops at the end of Stage 1, and maybe he can go back to gaining more positions again. Or manage his tires a little better and try to get around cars more over the long run rather than the short run. Yeah, I have no clue how much these cars can hold on fuel. I had no clue exactly how much. I know way back in the Gen 4 days, wasn't it like 22 gallons or 22 and a half gallons of fuel? So it was somewhere around there, maybe 23. Somewhere in that 22 to 23 range. I know the super speedways actually had shorter fuel cells. I almost said longer. Shorter fuel cells. That way they can make more green flag pit stops and spread the pack apart. So they were closer to like 16 to 18 gallons, but every other track outside of a super speedway, I think it was like 22 to 23. I have no clue with the next gen car what it is, though. I never really tried to look that up. Yeah, USA Network back from the commercial break. Kyle Larson did lose his car a little bit in turns 3 and 4. Got up into the outside wall. Risk you have with running the outside lane, especially on older tires on a slick racetrack. That has dropped Busch back to 17th again, as Stenhouse was able to get back around him during the break as well. Stephen Goad, welcome to the stream. Who are my picks today? My pick to win was Denny Hamlin. Must-have picks were Denny Hamlin and Martin Truex Jr. Currently, Hamlin's in 2nd, Truex is in 10th. 2 sleeper picks today were William Byron and Christopher Bell. Byron in 5th, Bell in 11th. And the 2 don't have picks that I had picked to finish outside the top 10 of Chase Elliott and Bubba Wallace. Elliott's in 13th, and Wallace is back in 22nd. He's already lost 11 spots from the start of the race. Haven't seen many passes for position inside the top 10 outside of the pass for ninth between Custer and Truex. Really, in about the last 20 to 30 laps. Joey Logano slowly closing in on Ryan Blaney. He's moved up a lane into the middle now and off the bottom behind his teammate. Kyle Busch still up near the wall despite getting into the wall a little bit ago, and actually he is in danger of losing a position to Kevin Harvick, who has fought his way to the inside of the 18 car. And Harvick is going to clear Busch off the exit of turn 4, and that is a pass, I believe, for 17th. So Harvick has gained about 3 positions over the last 8 laps or so. Maybe sitting back, managing his tires a little bit better. Not a great qualifying effort for Harvick today. Running about where he qualified currently. Hamlin is still closing the gap on Chastain. It's down to 1.4 seconds, but just 9 laps to go currently in stage 1. Christopher Bell also has dropped a couple spots over recent laps and is now in 13th as both Chase Briscoe and Chase Elliott have passed him, and now Eric Almirola looking to make a pass on the 20 car. Bell's moved down to the inside to try and protect that lane for right now to prevent more cars from passing him. Chase Elliott all over the back bumper of Chase Briscoe for 11th place as well, just outside the top 10. Almirola moves up a lane, trying to get a little bit better run off corner exit and down the straightaways. Bell's car is really wiggling in comparison to the 10 car. It looks pretty stable off the exit of turn 4 that time. Bell slides a bit wide in the middle of the corner that time. Almirola diamonds the corner off, started in the middle. Turned the car down towards the bottom as Bell's car washed up the racetrack and now works his way to the inside of Bell into turn 3. Almirola is going to complete the pass on Bell off the exit of turn 4. 6 laps to go in stage 1. Almirola now up to 13th, and Chase Elliott to the inside of Chase Briscoe for 11th place into turns 1 and 2 this time as well. Elliott hooking the yellow line down on the bottom, still door to door, down the back straightaway. Not a battle for stage points, but a battle for track position heading into pit stops here in a few laps. Once the stage break arrives, pit road closes with 2 laps to go in the stage. Denny Hamlin also only 9/10 of a second now behind Chastain with 5 laps to go in the stage. I don't know if Chastain's maybe taking it a little easy knowing he had a decent sized lead. I would imagine that's the case. I think maybe lap car could potentially be holding up Chastain as they're trying to stay on the lead lap to the very end of the stage. Briscoe way up the racetrack that time, overdriving 3 and 4 as he gets really, really loose, and Chase Elliott will complete the pass. Ryan Blaney side by side with the 22 of Logano. Blaney puts the bumper to Corey LaJoie as LaJoie is holding up both the Penske Fords. And LaJoie will move to the outside, giving the 22 and the 12 a little bit more room as they are side by side still. Denny Hamlin still closing in on Ross Chastain as well. The lead is down to a half a second with 2.5 laps to go in stage 1. Does Hamlin have a chance to get to Chastain? Blaney not quite going to be able to clear. No, he does clear Joey Logano. I think Logano might have cut his teammate a little bit of slack that time off of turn 2. Hamlin slides really wide off turn 4. Almost got up into the outside wall as he's digging hard to try and run down the 1 car of Chastain. These two do have a history. We'll see what is going to happen here. Last time these two had a run-in was a few weeks ago at Pocono when Denny Hamlin walled Chastain off of turn 1. En route to trying to win the race, eventually Hamlin got DQ'd, so maybe this rivalry is not done yet, and Hamlin doesn't believe that these two guys are even. Final lap, stage 1, 4/10 of a second lead for Ross Chastain. About 3 car lengths is the gap in the middle of turns 1 and 2 right now. Hamlin on the middle groove, while Chastain runs the bottom on the yellow line. 2.5 car length gap still into 3 and 4. I think Hamlin is going to be a lap or 2 shy of catching Chastain. Another lap or 2, I think he would have gotten to the 1 car, but it's going to be a little too short and ran out of laps. Ross Chastain is going to win stage 1 today at Richmond. He has led all 70 laps so far to start the race. Denny Hamlin will finish in 2nd. Kyle Larson 3rd, Brad Keselowski 4th, and William Byron rounds out the top 5 in the first stage. Ryan Blaney at 6th, Joey Logano 7th, Alex Bowman 8th, Cole Custer 9th, and Martin Truex Jr. will round out the top 10 today. 70 laps complete, stage 1 complete, on to stage 2 and pit stops when they come back from the commercial break. Raw feed is still not available on NASCAR's website right now. Jeff Torgerson, welcome to the stream. Yeah, Michigan was a fun time last week. It's my 6th time there. It's my home track, so I try to get there every year since I've been going to NASCAR races. Andrew Coapollo, welcome to the stream as well. Who's driving the JG Wentworth Chevrolet? I have no clue, to be completely honest. I don't really look at the paint schemes on the week-to-week basis, like during the week, so until I see them on track on the race weekend. Appreciate that comment, by the way, Andrew. I do my best at the commentating. All the hopes of hopefully one day getting into the booth for real races down the line. And again, I will pull the raw feed up as soon as it becomes available. NASCAR's website is a little slow again this week. This is the 4th consecutive live race commentary stream we've had in which it is down at the start of the race. And it usually becomes available about halfway through. I was going to step away for a moment. Sorry, I'm feeling a little bit under the weather. Every time I step away, I'm going to blow my nose. I'm trying not to sniffle in the mic the entire time. Yeah, they're back from the commercial, but once they get to pit road, you guys will get to listen in to all the pit road reporters during the course of green flag and caution pit stops today, and here comes the field behind Chastain.
Ryan Blaney coming on pit road with 6 points in the bank after finishing 5th in that stage, 6th in that stage, I should say. He said, I'm not sure what to tell you to do. All I know is I need just more overall grip. A little bit tight, a little bit loose off the corner as well. Blaney, nice finish in the stage. They got to make the car better though, Parker.
And Marty at the top right of the screen, Brad Keselowski pits from the 4th place position, just a little tight to the center, but overall very happy that car. Oh, has a little trouble getting around Christopher Bell.
Danny Hamlin was tight in the center, had to put a lot of wheel to it, and that made him loose off. As for Ross Chastain, he said a little free and off, but nothing crazy. Ross Chastain, the winner of stage 1.
And Chastain not only won stage 1, but he'll win the race off of pit road as well. Looks like Keselowski gained at least a spot or 2 in the pits. It looks like Blaney had a pretty decent pit stop as well. Dr. Jerry Punch's daughter gets to announce. Is that who Jesse Punch is? She does the stuff at the racetrack. She usually doesn't commentate. She does like maybe she does commentate, but I think she does like all the. It's hard to explain. You know, if you go to a sporting event on the jumbotrons, they'll have like somebody talking to like fans throughout the course of the race. That's kind of what she does. She may commentate too. I have no clue. I mean, I think she does a good job at that. It's kind of like what Rutledge Wood does essentially on NBC, but she does it at the track for various tracks throughout the course of the year. Not like every racetrack, but I've seen her at a few races this year. KG, welcome to the stream. Not Kevin Garnett, just a random KG. Never count out Kevin. This is true. I mean, he finished second at Richmond earlier this year. One thing from that earlier Richmond race for Harvick's sake, too, they started off pretty bad and just got faster throughout the course of the day. And that's kind of Kevin Harvick in a nutshell since, like, 2021 All year last year and all year this year, that's been the case. Sometimes he has a shot to win at the end of the race, sometimes he doesn't. Well, today, started outside the top 15, he's up to 13th. It looks like cycling off of pit road. But Ross Chastain will get to elect whether he wants the inside or the outside lane. It's tough. It's like if you elect to restart on the inside lane if you are the leader, it works if you can clear the car on the outside off turn 2. If you can't clear him, then you're kind of done. You might be able to hold side by side on the bottom for a couple laps, but eventually the car up high is going to be able to clear the car on the bottom eventually. At least that's been the way in the middle of the pack on the restarts. Ross Chastain nailed that initial start on Kyle Larson. Larson, I thought, had a good restart, but Chastain just had a better initial start. Got around him. Mr. Funny Andrew 22, welcome to the stream. Numbers on the side of the drivers mean? So on our leaderboard, it shows the first number on the right is where they started. The second number is how many laps they've led, and then the decimal is the interval behind the leader, which right now they're under caution because it's the stage 1 break. So that interval isn't really accurate right now, but the positions are currently. Yeah, I am a Packers fan. They lost Friday night. I didn't get to watch the game. NFL Network usually shows like all the preseason games on loop, so one of these days I'll catch it like during the week or something if I'm home. Like tomorrow if it's on, I'll rewatch it or something. But I couldn't catch it live. Linda Everett still pulling for Chase. Chastain does elect the bottom. Denny Hamlin will be on the inside lane right behind Chastain, which is interesting. Kyle Larson will be outside row 1. Green flag back in the air. Larson spins his tires on the outside of the restart. He is struggling with the restart so far today. Denny Hamlin into the back of the one to Chastain. He's all over him. He's bumping the one car around. Hamlin goes up the track instead. Overruns the corner into Larson. Now into the outside lane is the 11 car, and Truex gets by down on the bottom. 3 wide behind them between Keselowski, Chase Elliott, and Cole Custer. That did not work out for Denny Hamlin. It looked like he was trying to move the one of Chastain. Chastain held on strong, and Hamlin was the one who kind of moved himself up the racetrack. Over-aggressiveness by Denny Hamlin on his rival, Ross Chastain, did not work out well. Still 3 wide between Chase Elliott, Cole Custer, and Brad Keselowski, and finally Elliott's able to get to the bottom behind the 6 of Keselowski. Blaney clears the 24 of William Byron, and now 2 of the most aggressive drivers in the sport, Joey Logano and Ross Chastain, are battling for the lead. Logano to the outside of Chastain, side by side right now between the 1 and the 22. Chastain's led all 81 laps so far, but it'll be Joey Logano down on the bottom of the racetrack trying to get a lap led. Door to door, off the exit of turn 4, Logano has cleared Ross Chastain, and Joey Logano will take the lead for the first time this afternoon at Richmond. Kyle Larson is in third place, 0.6 of a second off the lead. And Logano quickly trying to pull away from the 1 of Chastain. Some of the positions inside the top 10 have definitely changed. Keselowski has dropped back 4 spots from where he finished in stage 1. Truex, who finished 10th in the stage after that stack up when Hamlin went wide into the 24 of Byron on the restart after trying to move Chastain, is now up to 4th, make that 5th as Hamlin has gotten back by his teammate Truex. Kyle Larson now to the outside of Ross Chastain in the 1 car. Larson on the outside lane right now. We know Larson would like to run the top. Obviously, Bell and Kyle Busch worked it really well in stage number 1. If they can work on the handling of the 5 car for him to run that upper groove, I think Larson could be a threat to win today's race. But although he went to the outside of Chastain, he didn't run all the way up near the wall like Bell and Busch were earlier. He was just kind of running, honestly, as tightly to the 1 car on the top lane as he could. until clearing him, and then just moves right back down on the yellow line in the middle of the corner on the inside of the racetrack. So Larson has passed him now, and Chastain will fall back right in front of Denny Hamlin. Hamlin obviously tried to move him once already. We'll see what will happen if those two get together again. They're 0.5 of a second behind one another. Looks like there's a potential tire rub on Cole Custer's race car because he is smoking all the way around the racetrack. So Cole Custer is blowing a little bit of smoke. I would imagine it's a tire rub. He was in that 3-wide action with Chase Elliott and Brad Keselowski on the restart. He was a car on the outside, so I'm not sure if maybe he got a piece of the wall or maybe Elliott, who was in the middle, got a piece of the left side of the car, but there is smoke on the 41 of Custer as he currently rides in 7th place. Ryan Blaney now has passed Martin Truex Jr. a few laps after the restart for 5th place and has quickly pulled away from the 19. Top 4 all have wins this season, and then 5th through 8th all don't have wins on the season. Elliott, Byron round out the top 10. They do have wins. Elliott with 4, Byron with 2. Denny Hamlin to the outside of Ross Chastain, side by side for position right now. And Hamlin is going to clear the 1 car of Ross Chastain. Still looks like he's trying to run that middle groove right now, even after passing Chastain through turns 3 and 4. Chastain didn't have enough of a run to get back to the inside, and Chastain is moving backwards on the restart. I wonder if they went the wrong way with a potential adjustment change during the stage 1 break. Because Chastain led every single lap of that first stage and kind of set sail until the very end of the stage. Hamlin slowly was starting to run him down. Picked up that playoff point, but that 1 car has not looked nearly as fast as he did in stage 1 after the pit stops, which were the first stops of the day. Doesn't look like Custer's car is smoking as much as it was. Well, it's still smoking. Oh, that's what it is. Okay, so it's actually a mechanical issue right now with Cole Custer. He has radioed into his crew stating that he has lost all power steering. And Chastain is saying that he is struggling with the right rear of the race car. I don't know if it's too loose necessarily or maybe too much air pressure. I don't know what he was talking about there. But with Cole Custer, he has lost power steering in that race car. He was in the 7th place position following the restart. And there's smoke coming out of the car. I don't think that's power steering fluid. I mean, maybe it is, and if it is, I would think NASCAR should probably throw a caution because there would be fluid on the track, but it doesn't look like any cars that are running directly in line behind the 41 are looking like they are losing traction control in the middle of the corner. I mean, Almirola and Byron are side by side behind the 41 of Custer, and they're not really moving around like they're struggling with grip on the racetrack right now. So he's losing power steering. There's smoke coming out of the car. Maybe it correlates with one another, maybe it doesn't. But needless to say, Cole Custer's got a long afternoon ahead of him. Ryan Blaney now has caught the 1 car of Ross Chastain. Looking low on the back straightaway is Blaney. He is underneath the 1 car. Chastain continues to struggle, and maybe he's trying to manage his tires better than what he did in stage 1, knowing that he was kind of going backwards at the end of the stage in the sense of his lead between himself and Hamlin. Blaney is down low, though. Ross Chastain up high, still side by side for position, about a lap and a half after being side by side with one another initially. And Blaney will finally clear Chastain for 4th place off the exit of turn 4. Contact between Ty Gibbs and Kyle Busch further back in the pack in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Busch was on the inside. Gibbs kind of moved down, and it looked as if... Oh, and he hit him back! Oh, my goodness. Oh, jeez. So Kyle Busch and Ty Gibbs make a little bit of contact in the middle of turns 1 and 2. It looked like Gibbs crowded the 18 car Kyle Busch was down on the bottom. It looked like Gibbs kind of chopped down on top of him. And then the very next corner, Gibbs rams into the back bumper of Kyle Busch, moving him up the racetrack and passes him back. Those two are affiliated teammates, and remember that Ty Gibbs is actually filling in for Kyle Busch's brother, Kurt. And you also add in the fact that Ty Gibbs could be taking over Kyle Busch's ride at the end of this season. Oh my goodness. Byron dropping like a rock again. Yeah, he's outside the top 10 already. He was third at the end of stage 1, is back to 12th. And shout out to Kevin Harvick up to 11th place. He'll probably get around his teammate Custer, who's having power steering issues right now. And he'll be inside the top 10 before we know it. He was 20th for a large portion of stage 1. So they've worked on the handling of that number 4 card. Remember, stages 2 and 3 is where we're going to see strategy come into play. These two stages are a lot longer than stage 1, almost actually both over double the length of what stage 1 was, and being 70 laps. Lewis Lynn, welcome to the stream. Full screen commercial break right now. We'll go through the full field running order. Joey Logano leads by 1 second over second place Kyle Larson. Denny Hamlin in third, 1.8 seconds off the lead. Ryan Blaney is in fourth place, 4.6 seconds off the lead. And Ross Chastain rounds out the top 5. He's 5.9 seconds off the lead. Martin Truex Jr. is in 6th place. Chase Elliott in 7th. Brad Keselowski 8th. Eric Almirola 9th. Cole Custer still rounds out the top 10. Kevin Harvick in 11th, William Byron 12th, Chris Buescher 13th, 14th is Chase Briscoe, Ty Gibbs is 15th, Ty Dillon in 16th, Kyle Busch 17th, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 18th, Bubba Wallace 19th, and Austin Cindric is 20th. Christopher Bell in 21st, Eric Jones 22nd, Daniel Suarez 23rd, Justin Haley 24th, Alex Bowman is all the way back at 25th, Ty Gillen in 26th, Noah Gragson 27th, Harrison Burton 28th, Austin Dillon 29th, Tyler Reddick is 30th. Those cars are both 1 lap down. I think Harrison Burton got the free pass during the commercial, obviously during the commercial break, but during the stage break as well. Michael McDowell in 31st, Corey LaJoie in 32nd, Landon Castle 33rd, J.J. Yaley 34th, Cody Ware in 35th, and B.J. McLeod is 36th. And as soon as the raw feed becomes available, and it is available, okay. Our traditional leaderboard will be up on the channel now. You guys will get to see all the interval times, the top 30 on the leaderboard all at once. Any cautions that come out, you get to see the reasons why. And all the different leaders and lead changes in today's race statistically throughout the course of the event as well. So our usual cam is back up and running. Usual screen is back up and running. Keselowski still sliding backwards. Eric Almirola starting to battle him for 8th place. Almirola had a win on a shorter, flatter track last weekend. Got Ty Gibbs and Kyle Busch battling for position right now. Busch on the inside, Gibbs on the outside. 45 in the 18 cars. Still side by side into turns 3 and 4. Gibbs getting a really good run on that outside lane. Busch is unable to clear him. Came close to clearing him off turn 2 a half a lap ago. Kyle Larson slowly closing in on Joey Logano as well. He's cut the lead down to about 0.6 of a second. Gibbs comes off the wall on the outside, tries to pinch Busch off the exit of turn 2, that time running more of the middle lane. Kevin Harvick has finally gotten around Cole Custer for 10th place during the commercial break as well. Busch moves up off the bottom just a little bit. He'll take the middle lane with Ty Gibbs up on the outside, door to door at the start-finish line still as they battle for 16th. Robert, welcome to the stream. I don't know how to say your last name, so to prevent from saying it wrong, I won't say it at all, but thank you for tuning in. I see you in the chat. Thanks for tuning in. Martin Truex Jr. slowly closing in on Ross Chastain as well. He's about a half a second behind him in the 6th place position. Gibbs and Kyle Busch have been side by side for a full probably 3 or 4 laps now. if I had the ability to listen into the in-car camera, or not the in-car camera, but to listen into the onboard audio from Kyle Busch, he's got to be frustrated that he cannot get back around Ty Gibbs. He ran him down. He got by him after Ty Gibbs kind of cleared himself on the 18, moved himself out of the way. And Gibbs just ran him up out of the way, and now Gibbs is, he's taking his line away. Kyle Busch to the outside now, Gibbs down to the bottom. Almirola to the outside of Brad Keselowski, side by side for 8th place inside the top 10. Almirola had a top 5 at Gateway on another flat track earlier this season. That is worth noting. The Fords overall on the flat tracks have probably been more superior than any of the other 2 manufacturers. As an organization, they didn't run particularly well at Richmond outside of Kevin Harvick finishing 2nd earlier this season, but at the other flat tracks, they ran really well. Chase Briscoe had to win at Phoenix. Joey Logano won at Gateway. Almirola was able to clear Keselowski a couple corners ago and is quickly pulling away from the 6th car. And he's quickly running down Chase Elliott, who's inside the top 10 for the first time today in 7th. Modern Genetics, welcome to the stream. Santiago Kid, welcome as well. 48 fallback on pace itself. His pace is not as good as the other Hendrick Chevys, at least. That doesn't help. He might have had a pit road penalty. I'm not entirely sure. So I didn't think he was that far back earlier. Busch with another run on Gibbs. Gibbs goes down to the inside. He'll make Kyle Busch try to pass him on the top. Busch with a run off the exit of turn 2. Gibbs gives him plenty of room that time. Off the exit of turn 4. Kyle Busch still alongside Gibbs. They've either been side by side or at least nose to tail for a good 10 plus laps. And off the exit of turn 2, Kyle Busch will finally clear Ty Gibbs. Into turn 3, Gibbs on the bottom, trying to get back alongside Kyle Busch, but Busch was able to clear him in the last corner, and he'll stay clear off turn 4 as well. So that battle might be over finally. A lot longer than what Kyle Busch wanted, and those two were probably wearing each other's tires out, battling each other as long as they were. And knowing how long this Stage 2 is, it's 160 laps total, you don't want to go a lap down before the end of the stage. Kyle Busch runs up near the wall. Gibbs back down to the inside again, but can't quite stay underneath him off the exit of turn number 4. Another commercial break by the USA Network here. We'll run through the top 10 quickly. Joey Logano is in the race lead. He's got a 1.2 second advantage over Kyle Larson in 2nd. Denny Hamlin in 3rd, 1.8 seconds off the lead. And Ryan Blaney is in 4th, 5.9 seconds off the lead. Ross Chastain rounds out the top 5, 8.8 seconds back of Logano. Martin Truex Jr. is in 6th place, 9.3 seconds off the lead. Chase Elliott is 9.8 seconds off the lead in 7th. Eric Almirola in 8th place, 9.9 seconds off the lead. And Brad Keselowski rounds out the top 10 at 10.8 seconds back of the race leader. Vinny Gamer Extreme, welcome to the stream. He's pulling for Lightning McQueen today. Have to admit, 19-year-old Ty Gibbs, pretty doggone good. He is, no, for sure. He's definitely racing Kyle Busch, I think, a little harder than he needed to. Again, it looked like he cleared himself or chopped down thinking the 18 wasn't there. Because Busch was already underneath him and Gibbs kind of moved down with a wide corner entry. But it didn't look like the 18 sent it to get into the corner to get to the inside either. I think he just was there. Gibbs kind of crowded him, made contact, moved himself up the racetrack, and then ran back into him in the next corner, and they were battling pretty much every lap. Cleanly after that, there was no more contact between the two cars after those 2 corners. Ross Chastain has still led the most laps in today's race with 80 laps led so far, 41 and counting for race leader Joey Logano, and Ross Chastain led every lap en route to winning Stage 1. Showing on our screen, Kyle Larson led a lap. He did not He qualified on the pole, but he did not lead a lap. Chastain was able to clear him off turn 2 on the initial start. So everybody in the top 26 is on the lead lap. Daniel Suarez in 27th would be the first car one lap down right now. It's amazing the difference between the Trackhouse cars on speed today, considering Chastain's been in the top 5 all day and Suarez has been outside the top 20 all day and now is already a lap down in stage 2. It's going to be interesting to see if it's going to be a 1 or 2 stop strategy for the field. I'm sure some will try 2, some will try 1 in this stage. But the drivers trying to make it on 2 stops, they're probably going to end up pitting right around the next 10 laps, I'd have to imagine. Might see some drivers pitting. About lap 60. You're at the risk of a caution potentially coming out and you would be trapped 1 or 2 laps down. It looks like Harrison Burton's on pit road. He was a lap down at the time of him pitting. Kyle Larson up the middle right now. Oh, Joey Logano from the lead is going to pit, so that will give Kyle Larson the race lead in traffic. Bell is in also.
Right, Steven leading them down as on the lead. There is Joey Logano in the 22 car, just contained to his crew chief Paul Wolf, that he's just lacking the right rear grip and beating it up too much on the throttle, so it'll be 4 tires for him as he stops on full, Marty.
Martin Truex Jr. said the car fired off better that run, but still way too free on exit for him. You see that big wedge adjustment. They actually called him to pit road the lap before, but he couldn't make it to pit road. It was too late of a call, Dave.
Ross Chastain, 4 Goodyear tires, Sunoco fuel, tight in the center of that run, loose in and off. Not the car it was to begin the day.
Cars.
Ryan Blaney will take over the race lead briefly.
There, get a read on how good the degradation can be on this car. So really no adjustments this time. Remember, Kyle was running in the top 3, Marty.
An impressive run for Ryan Blaney, who lost a couple of spots on that initial start here in stage 2, but then gained them back with the speed in the race car. So the car is still just a little bit too tight in the center, a little bit free off. We'll see how this head-to-head matchup goes between he and Martin Truex Jr., who pitted a lap ago, Parker.
And Marty, this is crazy, as everyone seems to come down right here to want to be potentially on this 2-stop strategy. You see Chase Briscoe there just too tight to the center. The adjustment in the right rear and 4 tires for him, as almost everyone is hitting pit road here.
The pit road now, the 24, which was going backwards. William Byron saying from the initial restart there, this car is just too tight in the center of the corner. The fire off terrible, big changes here.
Ty Gillen, the only other car on pit road right now. The only drivers who are still on the track on older tires that have not pitted would be Cole Custer, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Noah Gragson. Everybody else behind them is already pitted on the 2-stop strategy, and now Custer's on his way into the pits.
Dave?
And now Cole Custer brings the 41 down. He really only lost about 5 positions, was running in the top 10 when he reported a power steering issue. So we'll see if there's anything the crew can do for him now as he'll hit his pit box here around the corner. The crew at first will go to change the tires, fill it full of Sunoco fuel. But I don't know at this point, Steve, if you can even reach in and work on this for this driver.
Yeah, no, that's...
Gregson is in 3rd place now. Joey Logano has just gotten around him, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. still on the track, about 5 seconds ahead of Joey Logano in the race lead for the first time today. Maybe Gregson and Stenhouse are trying the 1-stop strategy. Everybody else in the field looks as if they'll be on a 2-stop strategy in this stage. Martin Truex Jr. and Ryan Blaney battling for position. Blaney's pit stop must not have been as quick as the one of Chastain has cycled out in front of him, despite the fact that the 12 was already in front of Chastain prior to the pit stop. Stenhouse getting passed by all the cars on fresher tires below him. Stenhouse staying up on the outside lane, trying to stay out of the way. If they're going to split it in half, they're probably going to end up pitting about lap 80, I would imagine, which would be exactly halfway through the stage. Joey Logano is closing rapidly, a couple seconds faster a lap right now than Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and is only 1.1 seconds off the race lead. Kyle Larson was about a second behind Logano at the start of the pit stops, and he lost time to the 22. I do think Logano pitted one lap before Kyle Larson, though, and that is probably the reason why he was able to gap him by a couple seconds. I don't think he gapped him by 3 seconds necessarily because of that. He was probably faster on pit road, but also would have gapped him about 2 seconds on the fresher tires. Joey Logano will blow by Stenhouse through turns 1 and 2, and Logano was back in the lead for the second different time in the stage today. Kyle Larson a couple seconds back, and within another lap and a half or so, we'll get around Stenhouse for second place. Kevin Harvick now has worked his way to the inside of Martin Truex Jr. Pretty fast out for the 4 car, and he'll clear Truex off turn 4. Almirola was also able to get by Truex a couple laps ago after Blaney did, and Truex is going backwards again following the green flag stops and is in 10th place. He does have 2 more cars in the top 10 in front of him that still have to pit of Gragson and Stenhouse yet. Ross Chastain's alongside Chastain's alongside Gragson for 5th place. And now Chase Elliott has ran down the 19 car of Martin Truex Jr., so Martin Truex Jr. is struggling with his race car today. Looking like he is about to fall outside the top 10 once the 9 car can get around him. Gragson dropping back to 7th. Blaney will make a pass on him as NBC USA Network will go back to a commercial break once again. Full field running order in Stage 2 so far has Joey Logano in the lead by 4 seconds over Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who is on a one-stop strategy. Kyle Larson is in 3rd place right now, Denny Hamlin in 4th, and Ross Chastain rounds out the top 5. Ryan Blaney is in 6th, Eric Almirola 7th, Noah Gragson in 8th, Gragson also on a one-stop strategy. Kevin Harvick 9th, and Martin Truex Jr. rounds out the top 10. Chase Elliott in 11th, Brad Keselowski in 12th, Chris Buescher in 13th, Chase Briscoe 14th, Kyle Busch is 15th. Ty Dillon at 16th, Christopher Bell in 17th, Bubba Wallace 18th, Austin Cindric in 19th, and William Byron rounds out the top 20. Ty Gibbs in 21st. He is the last car in the lead lap. Eric Jones in 22nd, Cole Custer 23rd, Harrison Burton 24th, Alex Bowman in 25th, Daniel Suarez 26th, Ty Gillen 27th, Justin Haley 28th, 29th is Michael McDowell, and Austin Dillon is 30th, 2 laps down. Tyler Reddick is 31st, also 2 laps down. He was the only caution for incident today, spinning on lap 3. 32nd is Corey LaJoie, Landon Castle in 33rd. 34th is J.J. Yaley, B.J. McLeod in 35th, Cody Ware is 36th. All 36 cars who started today's race are still on the racetrack. Those last couple I named were also 3 laps down as of right now as well. Something wrong with the 48, watching the NASCAR app, watching the stream at the same time. I mean, he's just not great today. He's in 25th. It's amazing considering he qualified in the top 5, but Byron, who also qualified top 5, is back to 20th. The struggles for the 24 and the 48 team over the summer months continue today at Richmond despite a good qualifying effort. I was expecting Byron to at least run a bit better. I wasn't solely sold on Bowman, even though he had a good run at Michigan last week, but not looking good for either one right now. Still just over half the race yet to go. We're only on lap 141 out of 259 today. And be sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. Road to 3,000 subs and road to becoming a NASCAR commentator for future races in real life down the road as well. Be doing live commentary for next Sunday's NASCAR Cup Series race at Watkins Glen as well, so you can tune in. That will also start at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next weekend with our pre-race coverage. Logano's got a 3.9 second lead following the commercial break on Kyle Larson in 2nd place. And even Brad Keselowski in 10th place is 14.8 seconds off the race lead. That is quite a bit of a gap. Back to the 10th place car. Ty Gibbs still the last car in the lead lap right now. He's 23.8 seconds off the lead. And here is the through the field, the NBC reporters. You guys will get to listen in.
Chad Carney said one of the interesting things compared to the old car is you can just simply be more aggressive from the start of the run. He said it doesn't really pay off if you take it easy crazy early on is what I've noticed, so I plan to use that aggression to my advantage, and we've seen that on each and every restart, Dave.
4 seconds behind in second place is Kyle Larson, which is really good news because Cliff Daniels didn't know if they'd have a winning race car today. It's still not there yet. What they're working on right here. 1 and 2 have not been as good as turns 3 and 4. Behind him in third place, Denny Hamlin, the owner of 2311 Racing. What's been on his plate this week? Well, just the re-signing of his young driver, Bubba Wallace, and the continued health recovery of his veteran driver, Kurt Busch. How can he do this? Go out and try to win at Richmond? His crew chief, Chris Gabehart, told me that's because we've got this. Denny knows when he comes here, he steps in, we can get into victory lane. That's why that's not an issue, Marty.
Ryan Blaney is on the move, up to 4, trying to get that spot from Ricky Stenhouse. He should eventually be able to pull off that pass and finally get past the 47. Talked to Jonathan Hasser this morning. We kind of debated, would they match strategy with the 19? Hasser told me, listen, if we feel like we can beat the 19 on speed, we'll match what he does. If not, we might pull something out of the back. But so far, Hassler and Blaney pretty quick up in fourth, Dave.
Marty, Steve talked about how you can't match strategies and try to better your position. Well, this morning, Brian Petty, the crew chief for Stenhouse, told me, I don't think we have any more than a 20th place car. So that's another reason why he was willing to make such a gamble here. He'll lose another spot here to Almirola, Marty.
Welcome to the top 5, Eric Almirola, from 30th to 5th. I'm telling you what, we've talked about surprise winners in 2022. Almirola would certainly fit that bill. On a day when everybody talked about Blaney and Truex, it could be Almirola. It reminds me of New Hampshire last year, and I just asked the team, I said, is it right to say this is the best race of the year for the 10 so far? No question. Up in the top 5, might have a shot to win this race. Kevin Harvick off for the win at Michigan, sitting in the 6th position right now. Finished 2nd here in the spring. Rodney Childers told me when we looked at Michigan and Richmond, we honestly thought our best shot to win was Richmond, showing that speed today, trying to get that 6th spot from Stenhouse, Dave.
Ross Chastain just showed he's got a shot to win most everywhere. Looked like it earlier today. Still don't have the car right where they wanted us. Now Chase Elliott moves in. So far since that restart, not bad, but just not the speed that he had earlier. Parker.
And Dave, the car he's trying to hold off there is the 9 car of Chase Elliott. And for 6 weeks in the summer, this was the hottest team in the NASCAR Cup Series until Indy, when they were fast. They were in the top 5, got spun out late. Then they went to Michigan. They struggled for speed for the first time all summer. And then they qualified 23rd yesterday, and Chase Elliott said, we have got to get better. I talked to Alan Gustin about that, and he said that's a little dramatic. We had a lack of speed at Michigan, but I think today, yesterday's performance in qualifying was simply our qualifying draw. We've got a better car than that, and right now, running the 7th position, he is showing that. Behind him, a great run for Brad Keselowski and this 6th team at RFK. It's been a struggle this season to find the feel he wants in that race car, but this weekend, from the drop out of the hauler, they have had speed in this 6th car. He's been far more comfortable, and I talked to him just before the race, and he said it's all a process. The process of figuring out this car, working with this team for the first time, and then figuring out what I want in the race car, and that seems to all be adding up here in the top 10, Dave.
Teammates in tandem. Here comes another blue Ford. That is Chris Buescher in the 17, and he's going to make his way into the top 10 once he gets around Stenhouse. He told his crew, those changes you made to the chassis, very good. Car is improved. Buescher moving toward the front. Parker.
And behind him is Chase Briscoe, that 14 car who at the beginning of the season was so strong, winning at Phoenix, being up front at the Bristol Dirt Race, up front at the Coke 600, but just couldn't close the deal. And then as we got in the summer months, things started to cool off for this 14 team. And talking to them, they said, you know, it's really just been mistakes. We've been making far too many mistakes, and therefore we've got to clean them up as we head in the playoffs, or we won't be much of a contender, Marty.
Boy, Parker, Martin Truex Jr. came into this race having won 3 of the last 6 Richmond races and saying this was their shot to be able to advance into the playoffs with a win. But in stage 2, it's gone the wrong way. Before the last stop, Truex told James Small, I hope you have some magic. And this is what he said on the radio once the run got going.
He lifts her off now. Still thanks to the center.
So, Steve, what do you do if you're James Small? You got to put it back together here. They all said this is our chance to advance with a win, but right now, Truex sitting in 13.
Well, we talk about long green flag runs, and what
that was a through the field. You guys got to listen in live on the USA Network. They are currently at lap 156 of 400 today in the Federated Auto Parts 400 at Richmond. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is going to be on his way to pit road this time by. Noah Gragson is also in. Stenhouse misses the pits. He tried to get the tires locked up, and he ended up skidding up the racetrack. Stenhouse misses pit road. That is a costly mistake for the 47, and now he's going to have to make another lap around the racetrack and pit the following time by. So it looks like Martin Truex Jr.'s got an issue right now with his left rear tire coming apart. There was contact between Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Martin Truex Jr. Stenhouse missed the pits, and then as he missed the pits and slid up the track, he clipped the left rear of Martin Truex, and the left rear tire on that 19 car is starting to fall apart right now. 11.1 second stop for Stenhouse as he's off and away. Kyle Busch is able to get around Truex for position as well. Showing a replay right now. Truex was well on the outside of Stenhouse, but Stenhouse missed the pits and slammed right into the 19 of Truex, who happened to be on the outside of him. That is a major problem for Martin Truex Jr. Do I do these streams often? Pretty much. I don't do them too often for the Cup, or sorry, for the Truck and the Xfinity Series, but I do them pretty often for the Cup Series. Pretty much every week I don't go to the race in person, or have something going on really that I can't do the live commentary. I usually try to pick at least a couple races to go to my grandparents' house to watch the race too. Done a couple times this year. I don't know if Martin Truex Jr.'s left rear tire is exactly flat. They mentioned that maybe he's got a flat left rear tire, but he's definitely got some scuff marks on the left side of the car from the contact from Stenhouse.
Hey, you know when you think you might have a flat tire or a tire going down, for him to say, hey, it's handling terrible, but contact-wise, we are fine. He said that on subsequent radio, but James Small sweating it right now. Truex sitting in 13.
So again, Truex and his crew don't believe that left rear tire is down. So they're going to be able to stay on the racetrack. They won't have to worry about losing a lap here. But obviously, this 19 car has not been as great as what they probably even thought coming into this race today, compared off of what they ran in practice and qualifying yesterday. Pretty much top 6 in both. And he is currently in the 13th place position. He got 1 stage point, stage 1, to Blaney's 4 stage points in stage 1. And Ryan Blaney's up to 4th right now, and Truex is back at 13th, not even looking at stage points in stage 2. So Blaney's got a good chance to really grow that gap out over the 19 car today. At least as things are looking right now. But you look at the drivers without a win so far that are inside the top 10. Obviously, Ryan Blaney in 4th, as I just mentioned. Eric Almirola in 5th place just behind him. Brad Keselowski's had a great day. He's been in the top 10 all day. He is in 8th. His teammate, Chris Buescher, is in 9th as well. So that's 4 drivers in the top 10 that don't have a win of the 15 drivers with a win so far this season. Well, side-by-side NASCAR nonstop coverage for those of you that are watching on the USA Network right now. Again, currently the top 5 would be Joey Logano in the lead by 3.3 seconds over Kyle Larson in 2nd place. Denny Hamlin is in 3rd, Ryan Blaney 4th, Eric Almirola rounds out the top 5, and even Almirola is 11.9 seconds off the race lead in 5th. There are 18 cars on the lead lap, with Austin Cindric being the first car 1 lap down, and Ty Gibbs still being the last car on the lead lap, currently hanging on for dear life. Side-by-side battle for position right now between Ross Chastain and Chase Briscoe for 10. Chastain on the inside, Briscoe on the outside. Chastain led every lap in Stage 1 en route to the Stage 1 victory, but unfortunately he has really fallen off since the restart to start this stage. We have not had a caution for incident in this stage yet. We did have one back on lap 3 when Tyler Reddick spun after overdriving turns 3 and 4, getting up into Ty Dillon and losing control of his race car. But no other cautions for incident in today's race, just a Stage 1 break. And we're going to have another stage break in about 64 laps. We're also going to be seeing pit stops under green flag conditions likely coming up in about another, I'd say, 10 to 15 laps. Our spotlight drivers and where they are running so far in today's race. The must-have picks I had in the predictions video: Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr. Hamlin currently in 3rd. Martin Truex Jr. is back in the, again, 13th place position. The 2 sleeper picks today of Christopher Bell and William Byron both ran well in Stage 1, but it looks like Byron is back to 17th And Christopher Bell has fallen back to 15th after being as high as 11th at one point. Byron qualified in the top 5, was actually 3rd at the end of stage 1, but something has gone wrong with that 24 car in the handling department. They've lost track position, and he's about to fall a lap down here in a matter of a lap or two, it seems, as well. And the two don't have picks for today's live stream of... Trying to see where they're at on the track here first. The two don't have picks that I predicted to finish outside the top 10 at the very least were Bubba Wallace and Chase Elliott. Currently, Bubba Wallace is in 16th. He's moved forward a little bit from where he was 22nd at the end of stage 1. He's still on the lead lap. And then Chase Elliott is also in the top 10, currently in a race high 7th place position. So a one-stop strategy for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He's got fresher tires than everybody else on the track right now. He pitted about halfway through the stage, but he missed pit road, made contact with Truex. That slowed him down. He is currently a lap down in 30th, actually 2 laps down in 30th. But the plan for Stenhouse is to stay out to the end of the stage, so he's going to hope that he can make up a couple laps, but obviously missing pit road is going to cost him likely a chance of finishing the stage on the lead lap. Chris Buescher's in the pits from the top 10. With 60 laps to go in stage 2, will be the first driver to hit pit road the second time in the stage. Denny Hamlin will also hit pit road from 3rd place. You guys will get to listen into the pit stops.
Inside the top 18, and now we have more pit stops take place, Steve.
Let's start the cycle again, Rick. This is Chris Buescher. Better drive off that run. We'll see if they can keep that car balanced and stabilized. Give Chris what he needs to outduel this field. It will include Denny Hamlin, who has a brake shake problem. They're not going to fix that right here, but they're going to give him 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel and send him on his way, Parker.
And Joe Logano will be hitting pit road here as well. The 3-second lead over Kyle Larson. He was just too loose on entry and exit towards the end of that run and was complaining about the dirty air falling on other cars. Just couldn't get the car to work. There will be 4 tires for him, Dave.
Not a bad run for Kyle Larson. He'll give up a top 3 spot right now to bring the pole-sitting 5 car to pit road. You see Joey Logano on the bottom of the screen there. He leaves now. Let's see the pit stop for Larson. Will it be smooth? He's got the best pit box, Marty.
Boy, Mark Truex Jr. just saying it's so loose, I'm wrecking. Kind of got sideways into his pit stall there. James Saul going to need to make a big adjustment here. Truex gets out clean, barely around Ty Gibbs there. Meanwhile, Ryan Blaney, his car was terrific to run as it went on. A little bit too free for Blaney. Pit crew had a terrific stop on the last stop. We'll see if the 12 team can deliver once again.
More drivers inside the top 10 currently in the pits with Chase Elliott.
Parker.
Right, one of those is Chase Elliott, who felt like he had more life in his right rear tire towards the end of that run than the others around him. You see his 4 tires, and that's a good thing, Dave.
Ross Chastain back on pit road. He'll get 4 and fuel. It turns better in the corner, he said, but now the rear tires are on the track. Air pressure adjustment for that.
So everybody has cycled through green flag pit stops for the second time today, and that is going to leave Joey Logano in the race lead by 2.3 seconds over Kyle Larson. Larson was able to close that gap just a little bit. He was about 3 seconds off the lead at the time of the pit stop starting. Kevin Harvick now inside the top 5 for the first time today to 4th, getting past both Eric Almirola and Ryan Blaney. Alex Bowman is still on the racetrack right now, as well as Daniel Suarez. They're in the top 10 currently, probably just hoping for a caution. So it sounded like there was an issue with Ryan Blaney and his pit crew mainly. That potentially they had dropped the jack a little bit too soon and they were trying to tighten the lug nut up. So we'll keep an eye on the 12 of Ryan Blaney here to see if he's going to end up having a loose wheel potentially on the left rear tire.
But Blaney said he thought he might have a loose wheel. They're going to ride it out for now, but obviously that would dramatically change the picture today.
Well, there's 2 issues, right? If you have a wheel come off,
So again, Ryan Blaney not looking like this is a very comfortable situation for him right now that potentially has a loose left rear tire that they did not get fully secured, or may have not gotten fully secured under that last set of green flag pit stops. Of all the drivers to potentially have a problem like that, he would probably be the last one you would want to have a problem. Not only he is above the cutoff line on Truex and the only driver in on points as of right now, so if a caution comes out, you're going to have a bunch of damage to the car. But also you got to look at the next coming races, the last 2 races of the regular season, the first 2 races of the playoffs. Your crew chief would get suspended, as well as a couple crew members would get suspended for those next 4 races as well. Christopher Bell is on pit road right now. I'm not sure if that is a scheduled stop or maybe he had a pit road penalty and had to make his way back into the pits. But regardless of the fact, he is going to go a lap down. And actually 2 laps down. In the 24th position is Bell right now, as he had to come back onto pit road. There's a pit road penalty over the wall too soon on the 20 team, so Christopher Bell now is dropped back outside of the top 15. He was running in the 15th place position, and now he is a lap down. Well, now he actually goes 2 laps down with the pass-through penalty. He was a lap down before that. Ty Dillon's the last car in the lead lap, currently in 13th. Ty Gibbs is back on pit road, and it looks like there's some smoke coming out from underneath the race car. Mechanical issue right now on the 45 of Gibbs.
Byron's one of them. Another guy as well right behind this 22 car trying to keep pace, trying his hardest to keep pace, is Martin Truex Jr. in 15th. Really not. He's really...
Thought they might have radioed into the picture to see what is going on right now with Gibbs' race car. But Gibbs is on pit road. His team is under the hood of the race car. There's smoke coming out from the race car as well. And this has dropped him outside the top 30. He was in the top 15 at the time of this happening. And it looks like they're going to push the 45-23-11 Toyota behind the pit wall. And they will be headed to the garage. So a mechanical failure for Ty Gibbs going to take him out of the race, potentially an engine failure. But something has happened there on the number 45 Toyota. Martin Truex Jr., William Byron battling for 14th place right now, and they're actually battling for the free pass position. Truex is going to get around Byron. Still 45 laps to go in Stage 2, but with the stage staying caution-free, over 100 laps into the stage so far. That's why so many drivers are a lap down currently. Just 13 cars on the lead lap, and Ty Dillon, who's the last car on the lead lap, I don't believe has made his second pit stop yet. Full screen commercial break right now on the USA Network, so we'll keep the live commentary going as soon as they come back from that break. Ryan Smith, welcome into the stream. And welcome anybody new who has tuned in recently. Lester Troyer, welcome in. Been here like the past 10 weeks. Well, thanks for tuning into the chat at least. I try to shout you guys out whenever I see you in the chat for the first time. As much as I possibly can. Just under 200 people watching right now. Only 80 likes on the stream, so be sure to hit that like button if you have not already and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already as well. .6-second lead for Joey Logano over Kyle Larson. And how many cars are going to be on the lead lap when we start the final stage, the way things are going right now, and who can get that free pass position? Because as of right now, Truex is in the free pass spot. Only 2 drivers tried the one-stop strategy. That was Noah Gragson and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They're both a lap down at 18th and 19th, so it didn't really work out for them as they may have been a little bit too far back in the field when they tried it. Frank Powers, welcome to the stream. Sorry I'm late. Had your son at Target buying NASCARs. There you go. I'll give you a pass. Get some die casts. Kyle Larson slowly closing in on Joey Logano. Ty Dillon also has passed Ross Chastain. That 42 car's got some speed this weekend. He's got to be on the same strategy as everybody else right now because he is just past Ross Chastain for position. And Ross Chastain is now the last car on the lead lap, and we'll see how much he can potentially hold up Joey Logano. And it looks like Martin Truex Jr. is starting to run down the 22 car currently. Truex is going to battle the 22 car hard, and that may allow Kyle Larson to catch up to Logano and potentially get around him to win this second stage. Larson is closing in about a tenth a second a lap quicker than Logano currently. Lead is cut down to a second and a half with 36 laps to go still in stage 2. And we're 5 laps shy of the halfway mark in today's race before today's trivia question on the channel. Fake Alex Bowman, welcome to the stream. LGBT NASCAR fan, welcome to the stream as well. Ross makes you sick. Bowman is 2 laps down and back to 28th now. Every time I look at Bowman on the leaderboard, he's like even further back in the running order. He was 23rd for a while, then 25th. Now he's in 28th. So there's some major wedge and air pressure adjustments made on the 19 car Martin Truex Jr. during that last stop. He has been outside the top 10 for a large majority of stage 2 and kind of free falling at that. But even though he's still outside the top 10 right now, not in position to get stage points, if he can get back on the lead lap knowing how few cars are on the lead lap, he'll have an equal shot of still trying to win this race. He is running lap times that are fairly equal with the race leader, Joey Logano, so they have really made some good adjustments to that 19 car. William Byron, though, has kind of followed the 19 to the back bumper of the 22 as well, and Kyle Larson has closed in behind his teammate William Byron and is now only 1.1 seconds behind Joey Logano. Larson is stalling out, though, behind William Byron. I don't think Byron's just going to let his teammate go. Still enough time for Larson to get to Logano. 31 more laps yet. Larson qualified on the pole. He's been top 3 all day, but still hasn't led a lap. And Denny Hamlin's 3.3 seconds off the lead, still in 3rd. Kevin Harvick, the only other driver within 10 seconds of the lead. He is 9.8 seconds back in 4th. Quite a few Fords inside the top 10 right now. Fords running in 1st, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 9th, and 10th. Usually Toyotas come to play and are the favorites anytime you go to Richmond, but it is a Ford-dominated day for one of the few times this season. 7 of the top 10 are Fords, and only 1 Toyota in the top 10 being Denny Hamlin, leaving 2 Chevrolets of Kyle Larson and Chase Elliott in the top 8 right now. Just past the halfway point, time for today's trivia question on the channel. Geekin the Scruffy Scruffball, welcome to the stream. That's a random name. Thanks for tuning in, though. Yeah, poop in my butt, welcome to the stream as well. Nothing happened to Eric Eastup. Somebody random says that every single time. Like, almost every time I do these live commentary live streams, I keep saying R.I.P. Eric Eastup. It's kind of morbid. Not something you really want to joke about. Ty Gibbs is out of the race car. If we get an interview from him, then you guys will get to listen in. He's talking to his team right now following his mechanical issue that has sent him behind the wall. He's the only driver that is currently in the garage. All 35 of the other 36 cars still on the racetrack. So Joey Logano still closing in on Ross Chastain. He's within about 2 to 3 car lengths behind him, and Logano has slowly opened that gap up on the first car 1 lap down of Martin Truex Jr. in his rearview mirror. And the longer and longer it takes for Kyle Larson trying to get around his teammate William Byron, then eventually the 19 to Truex as well, the harder it's going to be for Logano to try and, or harder I should say, it's going to be for Larson to catch Logano and try to win the stage. I think Daniel Suarez has actually passed the 5 car of Kyle Larson. I'm not sure if he's got fresher tires or not, but he's back in the 26th place position. He's gotten around the 5 car over the last couple laps and is now running a little bit higher lane than William Byron, trying to get around the 24 as well. And Logano has put the gap between himself and Larson now to 1.5 seconds instead of 1.2 like it was a few laps ago. And Suarez will get by the 24 of Byron as well. Truex running a little bit off the bottom in comparison to the 22 of Joey Logano, trying to get as much clean air in the middle of the corner as possible, then rotating down towards the bottom of the corner once he gets to the center off. He's doing that on both ends of the track at turns 1 and 2 and turns 3 and 4. Logano still pulling away from Larson with more lap cars in front of the 5 car. 1.7 seconds is the difference between P1 and P2. Kevin Harvick is actually running faster laps than Logano right now, as Harvick has trimmed that lead down to 7.7 seconds. It was 9.8 seconds back with about 37 to go in the stage. Truex closes on the back bumper of Joey Logano, nearly got into him in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Truex going to be aggressive here. He knows he's got a shot to win with the setup and the handling of this car now compared to where it was earlier, but he needs to get his lap back. Now, he can be in the free pass position and get his lap back that way, but he'd have to restart at the tail end of the field, which would not get him in great position if the final stage goes caution-free, which is not impossible considering stage number 2 has been caution-free so far through the first 120 laps. Make that 140 laps as they have just 20 laps to go in the stage. Curse Studios, welcome into the stream. And thanks for the $5 super chat as well. Came to watch the stream again. As always, go Chase. Yeah, both Chase Elliott and Chase Briscoe inside the top 10, currently running 8th and 9th. Appreciate the support, man. Nick Gurr, welcome to the stream. Love to see Larson win. Larson is looking very competitive today. He's definitely been the fastest Chevrolet all day long, and he's been in the top 3 all day despite not leading a lap. Actually, he did lead 1 lap during green flag pit stops. I guess he would have already led 1. It's showing he has 2 laps left, but it was showing he led lap 1 even though he didn't because he started on the pole. But he has led 1 lap today, and that was only because of green flag pit stops. Stayed out a lap longer. That was the first green flag pit stops we saw in stage number 1. Still 1.6 second difference between P1 and P2 on the racetrack. Denny Hamlin also closing in on Joey Logano. He was 3.3 seconds off the lead a little bit ago, now down to 2.7 back. And Kevin Harvick has trimmed the lead down to 6.9 seconds off the lead, so he's gained 3 seconds of time on race leader Joey Logano over the last probably 20 to 25 laps. He's still too far back to catch him before the end of the stage, but that 4 car is getting stronger and stronger on the longer run, and maybe a contender to win this race when we get into the final stage. No joke either, SHR is probably having their best overall performance today than any other race this year. Cole Custer qualified in the top 10, ran there for the most part until that last set of green flag pit stops. Unfortunately, earlier on in this second stage, they ended up having a mechanical issue, and he is without power steering. And that has dropped Custer all the way back to the 22nd place position without power steering. But prior to the power steering issue, he was in 7th. The other 3 SHR Fords Obviously, we mentioned Harvick is in 4th right now. Almirola is in 6th, less than 10 seconds off the lead. And Chase Briscoe is 19 seconds off the lead in 9th place. Brandon Wheeler, welcome to the stream. Oh, jeez. I just dropped my phone, almost knocked my water over in the process. What a train of events that would have been. Daniel Suarez has just got by Martin Truex Jr. He's trying to get around the 22 of Joey Logano. Suarez is currently 2 laps down. He's trying to get the 1 lap down. He stayed out a little longer than the leaders to try and take on fresher tires for the final laps of this stage. Truex trying to get to the inside of Suarez. Suarez pinched him off, and that might have costed Truex a little time. So Joey Logano can lap Ross Chastain or Ty Dillon before the end of this stage. That would not put Martin Truex Jr. in the free pass position. Truex will get his lap back at the end of the stage if he is the first car 1 lap down, but he'd have to restart at the tail end of the longest line on the restart. The longer the 99 and the 22 battle, the more of a chance that Truex could close in on the 22 of Logano as well. Daniel Suarez on the inside, Logano up high, 11 laps to go in stage 2. Battle for 5th place on the bottom of the screen for those of you watching. On TV right now, Ryan Blaney is about a car length and a half ahead of Eric Almirola into turns 1 and 2. Blaney leaving a lane open on the bottom. Almirola trying to squeeze in there, but can't quite get underneath them that time. Truex battles now to the inside of Logano. Suarez held up the 22 car just enough. Truex is down low. Not going to clear. Yes, he does. Logano gets out of the gas a little early, playing nice, and Martin Truex Jr. is going to get back on the lead lap at Richmond. 1.3 seconds still separating Logano and Larson at the front of the field. Alex Bowman trying to get back to 1 lap down as well. Same strategy Daniel Suarez was on. So Suarez and Bowman, 26-27, they'll only get to 1 lap down before the end of stage 2. Side by side still for 5th place right now between Ryan Blaney and Eric Almirola. As they run, Ryan Blaney is 38 points ahead of the cutoff line on Martin Truex Jr. As Blaney is going to outscore Truex in each of the first 2 stages, and Truex isn't even going to get a single stage point in stage 2. But he is back on the lead lap. That would put William Byron in the free pass position as of right now. And actually, Bubba Wallace has just passed Byron. So Bubba Wallace will be in the free pass position in the 23 car, not William Byron, as long as Ross Chastain and Ty Dillon stay on the lead lap to the end of the stage. Almirola and Blaney have been side by side for at least 3 laps in a row, with Blaney up high and Almirola down low. 2 very clean racers. Racing hard, but racing respectable with one another. Kyle Larson starting to close in on Joey Logano. 6 laps to go in the stage. 7/10 of a second is the difference. And Denny Hamlin at 3rd is only a 1.5 seconds off the lead. Now, Kevin Harvick was 9.8 seconds off the lead on equal tires as the leaders and is now only 3.2 seconds back. Has gained 6.5 seconds worth of time on race leader Joey Logano since 37 to go in the stage. That was 31 laps ago. And that's despite the fact he's on equal tires. Even Blaney and Almirola, who have been battling side by side, have closed the gap. They were over 10 seconds back, and now are only 6.5 seconds off the lead. So Logano's long run pace is fading. And the long run speed and all the other cars behind him that are on the lead lap seems to be quickening. Even Truex, who just got his lap back before the end of the stage, who might be a player at the end. 4 laps to go in stage 2, this time by. Blaney fighting for every point he can. Remember, he needs to point his way in as long as we don't get another new winner in the final 3 races of the regular season. Blaney is able to clear Almirola. Almirola now to the outside. Blaney down to the bottom as Blaney takes the 10 cars line away. They'll have 3 laps to go this time by. Blaney will lane off the bottom. Almirola puts the bumper to Ryan Blaney that time. Both cars slide off turn 4, and Blaney hangs on to his race car. Blaney hanging on to it. Almirola getting a little aggressive now, realizing that he is maybe getting a little frustrated trying to pass the 12 car. Denny Hamlin has caught Kyle Larson for second place as well, as they're only about a car length and a half behind, but I should say nose to tail with one another. Bubba Wallace still in the free pass position and is pulling away currently from William Byron. Final lap of stage 2 this time by for Joey Logano. He's got 0.6 of a second lead over Kyle Larson still. Almirola again gets into the side of Ryan Blaney. Excuse me. Off the exit of turn 4. Second time Almirola's tried to move Blaney up out of the way for 5th place. Battling for track position before pit stops during the stage break. Final time through 3 and 4. Almirola's just going to sit behind the 12 of Blaney. He's not going to put the bumper to him again as it's too late. Blaney hangs on for 5th. Joey Logano will win stage 2. Kyle Larson will end up finishing in 2nd. Denny Hamlin 3rd. Kevin Harvick 4th. And Ryan Blaney rounds out the top 5 in the 2nd stage. Eric Almirola in 6th. Chris Buescher in 7th. 8th place was Chase Elliott. 9th was Chase Briscoe. Kyle Busch rounds out the top 10. All those drivers will receive stage points in this stage. Alrighty. 35th is where I landed. Pool last place gets money versus the big money. Austin, welcome into the stream. Alex Bowman is pretty far back in the pack right now. He's 1 lap down in 27th at the end of stage number 2. You guys will get to listen into pit stops when they come back from the commercial break. Again, feeling a little bit under the weather right now, so just be sure that if I step away, it is for a good reason for both you and myself. Sorry for coughing into the mic a little bit ago. That's the first time I did that, though, so. I turned away from the mic, but you guys probably still heard it, because I have the mic up all the way. I didn't get to mute it in time. Who started 35th? Yeah, J.J. Yaley started 35th today. Hey, he's beating Ty Gibbs. I'm surprised we didn't get an interview with Ty Gibbs after his mechanical issue that's dropped him out of the race. He's currently 52 laps down and is the only driver out of the race so far today. Got just over 200 people watching. Be sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. Just about to get into the final stage of today's race. Time for today's trivia question. I meant to do that a little bit ago, and I kind of got sidetracked about everything else going on. If you paid attention to the pre-race predictions portion of the live stream before the race got started, you'll know the answer. When was the last time that the NASCAR Cup Series has had more than 5 cautions for incidents in a Cup Series race at Richmond? That is today's trivia question. First one to get it right, I will shout you guys out in the chat. Again, when was the last time, what race, you have to date spring or fall and name the year. But when was the last time that a Cup Series race at Richmond had more than 5 cautions for incidents? That is not counting the stage breaks. 5 cautions for incidents. Spring, fall, and you have to name the year for the trivia question today. Well, this is the first time the race is kind of in the summer because usually it's in September. I mean, if you say summer, I'll count that as fall.
Where the handling and stability of the race car is gone, the speed's gone as well. I just need help with overall grip, Parker.
And Marty for the 22, Joey Logano on the right side of the screen after leading 143 laps so far in this race. Said at the end of that run, that was the hardest. They're trying to get the throttle down. They give a small adjustment, Dave.
Whenever a driver uses the word plowing, that was Denny Hamlin's comment at the front of the run. The crew chief wants to do something. Kyle Larson, not so much. He knows he gained a lot saving tires. Crew chief told him we're not going to do a lot here. They both got 4 tires.
See the race off pit road. Couple gaining, couple losing. Larson on the gain side.
Larson wins the race off pit road on Joey Logano, who lost 1 spot there, so Larson will be the control car for the restart. Austin says fall of 2016. That is not right. Fall of 2017 is not right. Spring 2018 is not correct either. I do think somebody will get it eventually. You can get multiple guesses in the chat as well. You're not limited to just one guess. And be sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. 114 likes so far on the stream. See if we can get to 2.9 thousand subscribers on the channel before the end of the stream. We're just over 50 away right now. And we still have the final stage yet to go. Stage 3 will just be a few laps longer than Stage 1. Or sorry, than Stage 2. Stage 1 was only 70 laps. Fall 2019 and Fall 2018 is not correct. Spring 2005 is not correct. It's going way back. Spring 2010 is not correct either. Ryan Blaney's from the town right next to where you live, High Point. Oh, North Carolina. Hey, he was born, though. He was born Hartford, Ohio. Resides in High Point. Spring 2020 is not correct. Fall 2017 is not correct. That's the second time I've seen a Fall 2017. Saturday night Richmond races in the 2000s. Early 2000s was the best. Richmond had some good racing in I think the late 2010s into early 2010s was the best Richmond racing. I think pretty much up until 2015. I want to say any year from like 2007 to 2015. I thought that was prime Richmond, honestly. That's me personally. Fall 2018, nope. Fall 2020. I'm surprised nobody has gotten it yet. I am very surprised nobody has gotten it yet. Hartford, Ohio, only 20 minutes from where you live. Awesome, man. I was there for the Sharon Speedway SRX race about a month back. Fun time. Fall 2021 is not correct. Joey Logano won Stage 2. Sam Silly Jr., welcome to the stream. Mr. Funny Andrew, 22, welcome to the stream as well. Hoping Chase can get a top 10 to lock up the regular season title. Yeah, he scored 3 stage points in the race today, all in Stage 2. Not in the spring this year, nope. Train Lover, thanks for tuning in as well. I will give you guys the answer if you don't get it before they go green on my screen, which they're about to take the green flag. We're going to have to cut the trivia question off. I gave you guys the full stage to answer it. It's the full stage break to answer it. I'm surprised nobody's gotten it. Spring 2011 is not correct either. Larson will be the control car in the inside lane. Logano lines up on the outside of him. Green flag will be back in the air as we'll start the final stage. 161 laps to go at Richmond. 3 wide in the middle goes Chase Elliott for the second straight restart. He did that at the end of stage number 1 as well. I should say the start of stage 2 as well. And Kyle Larson is clear of Joey Logano for the race lead off turn 2 on the bottom lane. Probably the best restart of the day. Kyle Larson has had trouble. Kyle Busch spins off turn 4. Ross Chastain into the back of him. He gets turned by the 43 of Eric Jones. Busch is in the inside wall, rear bumper first, and the caution flag is out. Contact, it looked like, between Ross Chastain and Kyle Busch will bring out our second caution for incident today. It's not either of the 2019 races, not spring 2018. It is a fall 2018, had 5 cautions. 2017 had 16. Waiting to see the replay here. I'll give you guys the answer as soon as I see what happened on the track. It looked like Ross Chastain got into the left rear quarter panel of Kyle Busch. Busch got turned, and then Ross Chastain ended up getting turned by the 43 of Eric Jones after Chastain had checked up after getting into the left rear corner panel of Busch. So it was 3 wide on corner entry. It was 3 wide on corner entry. Chastain was in the middle. I couldn't tell who the car was under. It looked like, I gotta find him on the racetrack. It looked like Ty Dillon was the car on the inside of both the 1 and the 18. And it did look like Ross Chastain held his line. I think Kyle Busch turned down thinking they weren't 3 wide, and that's what caused the spin from Busch. I would probably put the fault more on Kyle Busch and his spotter more than anybody else, because I don't think Busch realized they were 3 wide. Chastain can't keep doing this. I do think most of the fault was on Kyle Busch. It looked like he kind of crowded. It looked as if Ty Dillon and Ross Chastain held their line underneath him. Couple cars on pit road right now. Obviously, Chastain and Busch are in. Christopher Bell will pit. Eric Jones is in. Jones hit the left rear corner panel of the 1 car pretty hard, too, causing the 1 to spin. William Byron will get the free pass under that caution. So he'll get back on the lead lap. And that will put 17 cars now back on the lead lap. Eric Laculiano, welcome to the stream. Yep, way to keep making friends, Chastain. I don't think it was his fault, honestly. I think it was more on Kyle Busch. Busch probably just didn't know they were 3 wide. Obviously, Busch is the driver there, but it could have definitely been the spotter just not calling him 3 wide and thinking it was only Chastain under him. And he was expecting Chastain to go down to the yellow line, and he couldn't because the 42 was there.
He'll keep doing it. He gets serious consequences from something.
So there you go. Talking about Ross Chastain, they did check the damage, Steve, to your question. James Small said left rear looks just fine, so they decided not to pit here and take an extra set of Goodyear tires. So Truex right now sitting in the 11th spot after that fight in stage 2 to get back on the lead lap, just outside the top 10.
So that was the radio from Martin Truex Jr. He was very frustrated with Ross Chastain as Truex had a little bit of damage, as he was right there with the 1 and the 18 prior to the spin, trying to get through it. He didn't get turned in any way, but just cars running into him, trying to miss the 2 cars that were spinning. So the answer to today's trivia question, I did not see it correct in the chat. Again, cautions for incident, more than 5. 2017 spring was the last time that had happened. There were 7 cautions for incident in the 2017 spring race. I saw somebody mention that 2018 was the first year, but actually there were only 4 cautions per incident that day because the 2 were stage breaks. So that was the trick part of the question. I didn't see anybody get it, though, prior to the start of Stage 2. Green flag is back in the air as we restart Stage 3. Had a caution on the opening lap of the stage the last time by. Joey Logano was able to get by Kyle Larson for the lead this time around, and he's all clear still off the exit of turn 4, and he's got about a 2-car length back gap to Larson. Side by side currently between Ryan Blaney and Denny Hamlin for 4th. Kevin Harvick got up to 3rd on the restart. Blaney on the outside, Hamlin down low, and Blaney clears Denny Hamlin off the exit of turn number 2. Chase Briscoe to the outside of the 11 car of Denny Hamlin now off the exit of turn 4, and he's trying to get around him for 5th place. Half a second already separating Logano and Larson at the front of the field. Hamlin trying to get back in line and finally does behind Briscoe, who is up inside the top 5 for the first time today. And Briscoe now has a good run on Ryan Blaney. Not quite going to be able to get alongside of Blaney. It looks like he may be trying to get to the outside of the 12 car as he runs about a half a lane above him in the middle of turns 1 and 2. Now has the full front bumper out in the clean air on the outside lane. Can't quite get there on the 12 car that time. It does seem like the 14 car may be a bit better in turns 3 and 4, so we'll see if he can get a better exit speed there instead. Ross Chastain, Martin Truex Jr. running side by side currently for position. And Kyle Busch in the 18 car to the outside of Christopher Bell, who is side by side behind the 2 teammates there. A little bit of a fender flare on the left rear corner panel of the 1 car at Chastain. Following the damage from the 43 car. There, Jones, Bell clips the apron off turn 4 and goes for a spin right behind him. Everybody misses to the outside. Caution's out for the 5th time today and for the 3rd time for incident. Looked like he got a little too low in the corner as he clipped the apron with the left side tires, and around goes Bell. So caution is out again. And this is going to be interesting to see who will pit and who will stay out during this caution flag. So Christopher Bell had the left side tires down on the apron a little too far off the exit of the corner and spun. It almost looked like me at California on the NASCAR 06 stream a couple days ago. Last night, actually, it was. Last night with Dale Jr., 2 times I got onto the apron in the middle of the corner and spun out. Christopher Bell did the same thing in real life at Richmond today. The Q270, welcome to the stream. Watch Chastain get blamed for that spin, too. I mean, I don't blame fans for blaming him just because he's been involved in a lot of incidents this year that were his fault. So I could see why you would see that point of view of it. But I have an objective opinion on pretty much everything. So I like to see both sides of it. Initially, when it first happened, it looked like the 1 car moved up from the aerial view. But looking at a couple other views, it looked like the 18 moved down just a little bit. And it looked like more the 1 and the 42 kind of held their line. In my eyes. Denny Hamlin fell back to 6th on that restart. He actually lost 3 spots to Harvick, Blaney, and Briscoe. So Larson beat Logano on the first restart of the stage. The second restart of the stage, Logano beat Larson. And now those 2 will have to go at it once again, but it'll be interesting to see who will pit here. These guys probably have about 10 green flag laps on their tires total, maybe a little less than that. But tires matter a ton here at Richmond. And there are only 17 cars on the lead lap. Make that 18 because Austin Cindric just got the free pass after the spin from Bell. So Cindric will be back on the lead lap now. If you're at the tail end of the lead lap, I mean, again, I don't know how many tires these teams have necessarily for this weekend. And, well, we got pit stops going on following the commercial break.
He rode here. Jonathan Hassler calls Ryan Blaney to pit road. Also, Martin Truex Jr. coming down pit road. Blaney gave up the 4th position. Several cars stayed on the racetrack. So, interesting move here, Dave. Denny Hamlin also on pit road.
As is William Byron. Hamlin's car still has that horrible brake shake. so bad it was popping out of his hands. The car was so tight he couldn't hardly turn it, so had to make a big chance here, take his adjustments, go to the back of the line here. Let's see if this works out. William Byron, there he is, coming off pit road now.
So drivers that just hit pit road there would include William Byron, Ryan Blaney, Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr., Bubba Wallace. Those are all drivers on the lead lap that just hit pit road. So the top 10 stay out, and then Hamlin in 11th won the race off pit road. So everybody 11th through 18th will be on fresh tires of those on the lead lap. So 11th through 18th on fresh tires, top 10 on about 8 roughly lap older tires. Tried Ty Dillon trying to steal a win. Could you imagine if Ty Dillon wins this race? He's like 30th in points, too. He was also one that pitted. So the cars that pitted, Hamlin, Blaney, Wallace, Truex, Ty Dillon, Byron, Bell, and Cindric. Everybody else stayed out. And Cindric got the free pass, so he'll actually have to restart the tail end of the field here. Couple early cautions in Stage 3 right now for those of you just tuning in. Just over 215 viewers currently watching on the stream right now. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. Currently 119 likes on the stream so far. Still looking at a two-stop strategy for the long run if it does go green to the end of the race following this restart. Logano versus Larson round 3 in stage 3. Who will get the better restart this time? Joey Logano will be on the inside, Larson on the outside. Larson has bested Logano once, but also Larson's been on the front row for a restart all but once today. And he's only gotten to the lead once, and that was that first restart in Stage 3, and it was on the inside lane, which has been probably more preferred than the outside so far today. Although we have seen drivers get to the lead on the outside, but it's only been when Larson's on the inside. Green flag back in the air. Larson again spins his tires on the restart. Logano's going to quickly pull clear of the 5 car, and the 14 of Briscoe looking down to the inside. Martin Truex Jr. going 3 wide to the outside. Ryan Blaney into the back of the 6 of Brad Keselowski. Sandwich 4 wide on the back straightaway now entering towards turn 3. Chastain down on the second to inside lane with Ryan Blaney above him and Bubba Wallace right on the inside. William Byron was in that 4th lane up high, but they all somehow made it through 3 and 4. Briscoe and Larson side by side through turns 1 and 2 as they battle for second place down the back straightaway. Larson on the outside, Briscoe down low, Kevin Harvick in the 4 right behind his teammate, and another one of Harvick's teammates, Almirola, behind him. 3 wide off the exit of turn 4 still. Drivers on fresh tires of Truex, Blaney, and Wallace trying to get through the field. Truex into the back of the 6 of Keselowski trying to get him out of the way as Truex is stuck on the outside lane. Everybody on fresh tires seemingly down on the bottom. Denny Hamlin, the highest running driver on fresh tires right now, in 9th. Trying to work his way through this field. Hamlin quickly to the outside of Chase Elliott. I will say Hamlin was my pick to win today's race as well. Still battling Elliott side by side, and now up the middle. 3 wide goes Hamlin. Kyle Busch up high, Elliott on the bottom, Hamlin in the middle. Hamlin the only one of those 3 on fresher tires. Blaney and Wallace side by side on fresh tires behind those 3. Still 3 wide on the front stretch entering turn 1. Hamlin trying to hold it. Is he going to be able to clear the 18? He does. Now he's still side by side with Elliott, who is down low. But Hamlin was able to clear his teammate Busch. Blaney overdrives 3 and 4. Wallace going to get back underneath him off the exit of turn 4. Door to door there in a battle for 10th. And a 1.1 second lead at the front of the field for Joey Logano. Logano is in first. Kyle Larson in second. 1.2 seconds off the race lead right now. Chase Briscoe is in third. 1.5 seconds off the lead. Kevin Harvick 1.6 seconds off the lead in fourth. And Chris Buescher rounds out the top 5 at 1.9 seconds off the race lead. Bubba Wallace finally gets by Ryan Blaney for position. Blaney will also get around Kyle Busch as he kind of got held up by the 18 car, allowing the 23 to get around him. Blaney finally got to clear the 18 of Kyle Busch. Nope, not quite. Busch still hanging on the outside. He's getting such a good run off the exit of the corner because he is running a lot higher than everybody else on the racetrack. Blaney finally clears Busch, and Busch puts the bumper to the 12 car going into turn 1. Kyle actually checked himself up, though, in the process. That actually did not work out for the 18. Kevin Harvick in a battle for third with his teammate Chase Briscoe now through turns 3 and 4. Side by side is the 4 and the 14 with Harvick down low, Briscoe up high. Briscoe not running a line. Kyle Busch was up near the wall necessarily, but he's running the middle lane trying to pinch the 4 of Harvick so that way he can give himself more corner exit speed that way rather than the 4 car being able to turn all the way out near the outside. Harvick still able to muscle his way by Briscoe for position. And Denny Hamlin is closed on the 17 car of Chris Buescher. Again, Hamlin on a little bit fresher tires than everybody in front of him. Next closest driver to Hamlin on fresh tires would be Bubba Wallace in 9th, 3 positions behind Hamlin. And now Briscoe and Buescher are side by side. Briscoe down low, and he is just getting mollywopped by the cars all passing him inside and outside over these last couple corners. Buescher is clear, and Buescher up to 4th. Keselowski ran really well in the top 5 at stage 1. Stage 2, they were both inside the top 10, both meaning both the RFK cars, but in the back half, and now Buescher's in the top 5, and Keselowski is faded and is outside the top 15. Denny Hamlin is inside the top 5 as he finally clears Chase Briscoe for position. Chase Elliott and Eric Almirola battling side by side inside the top 10 at 7th. Bubba Wallace and Ryan Blaney closing in on them. 3 wide off the exit of turn 4 between Kyle Busch, Martin Truex Jr., and it looked like William Byron all battling for 11th. Kevin Harvick is closing in on the back of Kyle Larson. Can Kevin Harvick go back-to-back today? Reno Reigns, welcome to the stream. NASCAR Planet, welcome into the stream as well. Harvick on the outside, Kyle Larson down low on the bottom. And we still have the pit strategy yet to go. This was probably the most aggressive we've seen drivers on these last couple restarts, knowing any restart could be the last one. Trying to get themselves in the best position possible by the time we start to see pit stops for the first and probably first 2 stops. How many drivers will try to stay out and make it a one-stop strategy in stage number 3 versus a 2-stop strategy? The only 2 drivers that tried a one-stop strategy in stage number 2 was Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Noah Gragson, but they were both outside the top 15 when they tried it and ended up finishing a lap down at the end of the stage anyway. In fact, I think they actually finished 2 laps down in the stage, if I'm not mistaken. At least 1 lap down. It looks like they are 1 lap down, so not quite 2, but they were nowhere near close enough to even finish on the lead lap to have that potentially work. And maybe Stenhouse could have actually been on the lead lap if he didn't miss pit road the first time trying to make it into the pits. Full screen commercial break right now for those of you watching on the USA Network. Hit that like button and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. Again, if you have not already, stay tuned for our post-race show as we'll go through the full field running order results. You'll get to listen to any of the driver interviews following the finish of today's race as well. Looks like Hamlin and Briscoe are still battling for 5th place. I thought Hamlin would have been able to get around him and clear him and drive off by now, but swap it back and forth still, as you see on the leaderboard during the commercial break currently. So Joey Logano is the race leader. Kevin Harvick in 2nd right now, 2.4 seconds off the lead. Kyle Larson is 2.6 seconds off the lead in 3rd. Chris Buescher, 4th, 2.7 seconds off the lead. Denny Hamlin, 3 seconds off the lead in 5th. 3 seconds off the lead is Chase Briscoe in 6th place as well. Kyle Larson. Trying to see what happened there. Somebody just dropped out of the... Oh, Kyle Larson's back to 6th. So Larson was in 3rd. He was battling Kevin Harvick for 2nd going into the break. He has dropped back to 6th, so something must have happened to Larson that he has lost 3 positions in 1 lap. So actually, it'll be Harvick in 2nd, Buescher 3rd now, Briscoe 4th, and Hamlin rounds out the top 5. Kyle Larson back to 6th. Chase Elliott's in 7th, 4.4 seconds off the lead. Eric Almirola in 5th, 5 seconds off the lead. Blaney in 9th, 5.5 seconds behind his teammate Logano. And Martin Truex Jr. rounds out the top 10 at 5.8 seconds off the lead. And be sure to like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. We are just over 40 subs shy of 2.9 thousand. I thought we could get there today. Let's see if we still can. 2.3 seconds is the difference between Logano and Harvick at the front of the field. Bubba Wallace has fallen outside of the top 10 during the commercial break as well now, as Christopher Bell will get around him for a spot. So it looked like there was contact between Buescher and Larson. Larson was down low, kind of missed his corner, went up the track, and then as he lifted in the middle of the corner to try to keep from wrecking Buescher, Denny Hamlin ended up getting the left rear of Larson, and that knocked him up into the outside lane. Briscoe, Hamlin, and of course Buescher were all able to get by Larson because of it. And now Larson is still fading backwards as now Ryan Blaney is battling him for 8th place. Chase Elliott, Eric Almirola have gotten by the 5 car as well. It's almost similar to what happened to Ross Chastain back in Stage 2, where he was dropping like a rock off the start of the stage, and Kyle Larson's doing that now in Stage 3. So about 8 lap fresher tires doesn't seem like it's making a ginormous difference compared to the drivers that stayed out of the pits, because Hamlin's still in traffic and he's still battling hard with Briscoe for 4th. And then the next closest guy on fresher tires behind him, I believe, is Blaney in 8th. So it looks like you have to have probably closer to at least 15 to 20 lap green flag tires compared to the rest of the field for that tire strategy to work out. Bell and Larson side by side for position now for 9th. Bell on the bottom, Larson on the outside. Larson's been in the top 3 all day long until this latest restart, and now is just falling back. I'd imagine that little bit of a moment he had too with the contact from Denny Hamlin probably wore out the tires quite a bit more on the 5 car compared to any other point in time where he was on a longer green flag run as well. 116 laps to go. You wonder who the first driver will be to pit and exactly when they will pit. Because to split the stage in half overall without all the caution laps that have been ran, you'd end up pitting with about 81, 82 laps to go, and we're just about 35 laps away from that. Kyle Larson and Kyle Busch now battling for position as Busch will get by Larson on the outside for 11th. Bubba Wallace as well trying to get around the 5 car also on the outside as Kyle Larson, who restarted on the front row of the restart, spun his tires in the outside lane, lost the lead, and then about a handful of laps later lost 2nd on back, and he has quickly faded outside the top 10. He is in 12th place. Wallace battling for that 12th place position, and he is 8 seconds off the lead. Kevin Harvick slowly closing in on Joey Logano. Only 0.6 of a second off the lead is Harvick. And how about Chris Buescher also closing on Joey Logano, only 1.8 seconds off the race lead. Buescher's the highest running driver of those without a win this season. The only other drivers inside the top 10 without a win would be Almirola in 7th, Ryan Blaney in 9th, and Martin Truex Jr. in 10th. If Buescher wins, that will be a playoff spot as long as we don't get more than 16 different winners, because I'm not sure exactly where he's at in the regular season standings. He was right around 20th for the most part. I don't know if he has gotten ahead of Kurt Busch or not, who has missed the last 4 races. But Harvick is closing. This 4 car is turning on at the right point in the season and maybe looking like championship contenders if they could compete and potentially win back-to-back races, knowing how many drivers have one or, well, pretty much one win. This would already vault him ahead of half the playoff field, despite the fact he was below the cutoff line just a week ago. Hasn't led a lot of laps this year, and in fact hasn't led a lap yet today. This is as high in the running order as he has been, but he is keeping pace, if not running just a tad bit faster than the car in front of him of Joey Logano for the race lead. Harvick finished 2nd at Richmond earlier this season as well. And the call of when to pit is going to be very big, because if Harvick pits a lap before Joey Logano, there's a very good chance that Kevin Harvick's going to quickly vault in front of Logano just off of pit stops alone. 22 cars also had the fastest short run car throughout the course of the race today. And on the long run he fades, but he still maintains a pretty decent size gap compared to everybody else behind him. Logano was 28-1 odds also to win today's race, which I thought was very strange. This is a track that Logano has won at in the past. Didn't run particularly well at Richmond earlier this season, but he's obviously running well this weekend, and today, during the race, looking like a contender for the win. He won at a flat track at Gateway earlier this season as well. Again, the Fords have been really quick. 4 Fords inside the top 5, 1, 2, 3, and 5th. The only outlier is Denny Hamlin in a Toyota in 4th. Highest running Chevrolet is Chase Elliott in 6th, and he is the only Chevy in the top 10. Ryan Blaney has just hit pit road. Ryan Blaney will be the first car into pit from 8 seconds off the lead in 10th place. Will this bring more cars onto pit road? This is all to try and gain track position for the 12 car. A very aggressive call to try and get towards the front and potentially win this race.
They felt like the car not going very well for Ryan Blaney. He said the car just absolutely terrible. They had to wait on the left side. That's going to cost them some time. So, Steve, do you jump first here? Is that the move for Hassler? Get on fresh tires sooner than everybody else?
It's the only advantage you can find, Marty. I think new tires are...
Kyle Larson and Austin Cindric also win from on the lead lap. Harrison Burton is in, but he is a lap down.
Dave.
Oh, and he needed to come on the early side of this because
Logano and Harvick in from the lead as well.
Way loose. Kyle complained. Now you see leader Logano is on pit road as well.
Hey, Dave, who would have thought that Kevin Harvick might win back-to-back races? As the boys were just talking about a moment ago, he said, I just need a little more forward bite. Interesting thing, Parker, it's gotten much cooler and cloudier here at Richmond.
It has. A lot of teams talking about that. You saw the 22 losing and handling the rear, just getting free and freer. That's been his problem throughout the long run, Dave.
Chris Buescher running a strong third, says I just need a little more rear lateral grip. They tried to give that to him on this pit stop.
Oh, man, super close for the 14. You see the fire in the rocker panel. That's what I was looking at, was the fire. Now you see it. It'll, I'm sure, blow itself out. The Jackman, though, is a little concerned on what to do here, Parker.
As we look at that fire, that might be a little, that's been interesting there. But one of the things about that 14 car coming to life is we get a replay here. He's going to get close to Ty Dillon, has to lock up that right front, and then gets into his stall. But we've been seeing the speed out of him as we get to this late stage. That cloud cover coming over, shifting, that's really come to life for him, Dave.
How much ground could William Byron make up here at the end? Got his lead, got his lap back. Last run was good. Trying to keep that 24 moving the right direction. And the one is on pit road of Ross Chastain. The day that began so well. Qualified second, almost had his first career pole. The car has not been as it was earlier in the race. They'll try to make one last change here. It has some damage back there. It hasn't damaged the left rear tire, but it may have affected the handling of this race car. You see the wedge wrench going in the window.
And we're hearing.
I mentioned that I wondered who was going to potentially try to make it on one pit stop today. It looks like the four Toyotas of Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, Martin Truex Jr., and Bubba Wallace are all trying a one-stop strategy because they have not pitted yet in this stage. Now Bubba Wallace is in. So never mind on Wallace. He'll bail out on that strategy. But Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, Martin Truex Jr. all within 4.5 seconds of one another. They are trying to stay out as long as they can. Joey Logano, Kevin Harvick, they have just gotten their lap back around the 11 of Hamlin. Caution comes out. This trap's a lot of cars a lap down as well, as we have just 5 cars on the lead lap currently off of this strategy. And it looks like Christopher Bell is slowly closing in on Denny Hamlin as well right now, as he's running a little bit quicker of a pace. 100 laps to go at Richmond. Everybody has to pit at least one more time. I do think that Hamlin, Bell, and Truex are going to try a one-stop strategy. I just feel like with all of them being in the same manufacturer, this was a Toyota call as a team to try and go off strategy to win this race, in which the Fords have dominated the second half of this one. Really the entire way, if you look at the running order that most of them have been in throughout the course of today's race. So Hamlin, Bell, Truex, obviously, they're going to have to pit no matter what. Everybody else that just pitted is on a two-stop strategy from fourth on back through the field. Joey Logano was 21 seconds off race leader Denny Hamlin. Hamlin won this race going off strategy with a two-stop strategy, or I should say staying on the main strategy with a two-stop strategy. Now he's trying to win the race on a one-stop strategy, and Hamlin will come in and surrender the lead with 97 laps to go.
Put on the last of 2.
All 3 Gibbs cars come, the 11, the 20, the 19. So everybody is going to stop twice. Just
Hamlin, Bell, Truex are in the
break
pits.
It up mathematically exactly what's best for their car, Marty.
I think if you're James Small and Martin Truex Jr. see this was really your only play, try and run long, maybe hope for a caution. We'll see what these fresh Goodyear tires can do for Martin Truex Jr. All the Gibbs cars on pit road, Parker.
And one of those is Christopher Bell, who we saw spin out earlier, then came on the radio and said it's tight in the center and snappy loose on exit, Dave.
And away goes Denny Hamlin now. He's got that last set of sticker tires on the 11 for the day.
Last set of sticker tires for Denny Hamlin on his race car. So that means that if he pits again, he's going to have to put scuffs on, which is going to be an interesting call for Denny Hamlin on if he will pit before the end of this race. Chase Briscoe is on pit road, as it looks like the fire on the exhaust on the right side of the race car is still there. It looks to be fogging up the inside of the race car as well, so a miniature fire right now on the 14, and a big flame inside the cockpit that just went off. And they're trying to hose off at 14 car. This is the third week in a row in which we have seen a fire from the right side of a race car, and the second straight week that we have seen it on an SHR Ford. Last week it was Cole Custer, and then in Indianapolis it was Chris Buescher. So 3 weeks in a row we have seen Fords catch fire in the right side of the race car. There was an issue when Briscoe, I should say, had hit pit road the last time by, but he's back on pit road now. This is a tough break too, because this is going to take Briscoe out of a shot to win. He was in 6th place at the time of him hitting pit road, and now he's going to fall at least one lap down, if not more, and is still going to have to pit one more time before the end of the race yet. So tough break for Chase Briscoe, taken out of a good finish with a flame inside the cockpit that they had to try and put out. Joey Logano leads by 1 second over Kevin Harvick. Logano and Harvick both pit on the same lap, so Harvick was not able to get an advantage on the 22 there. 1.9 seconds off the lead is Chris Buescher in third. Chase Elliott is in 4th place. Eric Almirola in 5th. Kyle Busch 8.2 seconds off the lead in 6th. Denny Hamlin is 8.9 seconds off the lead in 7th after just hitting pit road a little bit after everybody else. He's got slightly fresher tires. Ryan Blaney in 8th, Kyle Larson 9th, and Christopher Bell rounds out the top 10 right now. Martin Truex Jr. in 11th, William Byron in 12th, Austin Cindric 13th, Bubba Wallace 14th, and Brad Keselowski is 15th. Austin Dillon at 16th, Alex Bowman at 17th, Daniel Suarez 18th. He is the last car in the lead lap. Ross Chastain is first car, one lap down in 19th. Justin Haley is 20th. Noah Gragson in 21st, Ty Dillon 22nd, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 23rd, Harrison Burton 24th, Ty Gillen is 25th. Cole Custer in 26th, Chase Briscoe all the way back after that fire in 27th, Corey LaJoie 28th, Michael McDowell 29th, and Landon Castle is 30th. Tyler Reddick is in the 31st place position. He spun earlier. J.J. Yaley in 32nd, B.J. McLeod in 33rd, Cody Ware 34th, Eric Jones is back in 35th. I didn't even realize Eric Jones pulled off the track, so Jones is out of the race. And then Ty Gibbs had a mechanical issue as well that dropped him out of the race. He'll be finishing last place today. So Gibbs and Jones, the only 2 cars out of the race. The other 34 cars still on the racetrack. And currently just 16 on the lead lap. Jeremy DeLay, welcome into the stream. I don't know what's going on in the chat. Keep it clean, ladies and gents. So yeah, they're talking about it again. I mentioned it during the commercial break where that had taken place, but that is the 3rd fire on a Ford, specifically on the right side of the car. And it seems to be about when they're taking green flag pit stops. I don't know if it has something to do with putting the car in neutral potentially or what the reason is. Kevin Harvick starting to close back in on Joey Logano as Logano's trying to put Austin Dillon a lap down in 16th, and he'll be able to do that. It looks like on the outside lane at turns 3 and 4. Harvick closing in a ton right now, pitted the same lap as Joey Logano, so it is a straight-up race as of right now between the 22 and the 4 with still one more pit stop yet remaining. Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, Martin Truex Jr. have slightly fresher tires than everybody else in front of him in the field. They are all currently running 6th, 9th, and 11th. And Hamlin is 6 seconds off race leader Joey Logano currently. So Harvick is closing in on Logano, but the 3rd place car of Chris Buescher is not. He's still 1.9 seconds off the lead, which is how far back he was following the green flag pit stops that first time around. Is it possible, though, that Denny Hamlin, Martin Truex Jr., and the rest of the field will stay out to the end of the race? It's going to be interesting if they do that or not. Well, Denny Hamlin's on his last set of scuffed tires, his last set of sticker tires, and he would only be able to put on scuffs to the end, so I think there's more of a chance that Hamlin's going to stay out to the end of the race, and maybe even Bell and Truex, depending on what the tire strategy and the tire situation is on how many sets of tires left the 19 and the 20 still have. Got almost 250 people watching right now in the stream. Be sure to hit that like button and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. What a race that this is becoming here. This is turning into a very interesting race, to say the least, on strategy, similar to what we saw in the spring. It's a 2-strategy race, though, as of right now, versus 3 strategies like we saw in the spring race, and I think a lot of that had to do with the few early cautions in Stage 3. Drivers able to go a little bit longer on the first tire stint of the stage, and there were some drivers that pitted during the cautions as well that were able to take on fresh tires for the restarts, like Denny Hamlin, who now doesn't have another set of tires left to the end. Kevin Harvick has closed that gap to a car length and a half now behind Joey Logano. Drives it in much deeper into turns 1 and 2 as he closes in on entry, but it's going to allow Joey Logano to pull away just a little bit off the exit of turn 2. Actually kind of maintained that time. Harvick was just overall better all the way through 1 and 2. Logano down on the yellow line through 3 and 4. Harvick just a little bit off the bottom. And now Buescher a little bit quicker than Logano the last 2 laps by about a tenth a second a lap as well. He is 1.6 seconds off the lead in third. Harvick needs to get around him quickly so that way the 17 doesn't have a shot to get there. Harvick looking to the outside. Can't quite get there on the 22 of Logano that time. 77 laps to go this time by. Through 3 and 4, Logano taking Harvick's line away. About a half a lane off the bottom, putting Harvick in the dirty air. And Harvick lost a little bit of ground to Logano. Logano starting to mirror drive now that the 4 car is closed in. Logano right down on the yellow line again through 1 and 2. Harvick running a full lane off the bottom lane rather than a half lane that time through 1 and 2. Pretty even again between the 22 and the 4. Chris Buescher now 1.3 seconds off the lead and closing on the top 2. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on pit road from 21st. 1 lap down at the time. Chase Elliott side by side with Denny Hamlin for position. A couple lap cars right in front of him. Hamlin on the bottom, Chase Elliott on the outside. They're currently battling for 4th. Elliott's still the only Chevy inside the top 10. Larson was there for a majority of the day, but he's really fallen back, and he's currently in 12.9 seconds off the lead. Harvick another half a lane off the bottom lane, once again through 1 and 2. It does seem like Harvick is better in 3 and 4 than turns 1 and 2 in comparison to the Logano car in front of him. Buescher now down to 1.1 seconds off the lead through 3 and 4 that time. Harvick is taking his time trying to get around Logano, but at the same time has to know that the 17 of Buescher is closing in. If Chris Buescher can somehow win this race today, he would be the 16th different winner in the NASCAR Cup Series this season, and that would knock Ryan Blaney outside of the playoffs, putting Blaney in a must-win situation as well as Truex, who are both inside the top 10 right now. But they're in 9th and 10th and likely not in contention to win the race. At least the way things go right now, especially if it stays green to the end. Does the 11 have enough gas? The 11 should have enough gas. I've seen guys go over 100 laps before on fuel in older generation cars. It seems like the next gen cars you could go a little bit longer on fuel than the Gen 6. So I do think Hamlin's going to have enough gas to make it to the end. I think it's just the tires that are an interesting strategy call. Hamlin has finally gotten around Chase Elliott for 4th. And Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on a little bit fresher tires going to get to the outside of the 11 car. He pitted just a little bit ago. Michael McDowell into pit also, who was outside the top 20 lap down like Stenhouse was. Chris Buescher now just 1 second off the race lead. Make that 9/10 of a second off the lead into turns 1 and 2. Now 8/10 of a second back. Chris Buescher is closing quickly on Harvick and Logano, who have still been battling for the lead. Harvick has been stuck behind the 22 car but can't pull alongside of him as the 22 keeps mimicking the line that the 4 has. Much lower corner exit off turn 4 by the 4 of Harvick compared to the 22 of Logano, rode it out near the wall. Harvick about a half a lane higher than the 22 of Logano again. He's right there, but there might be a little bit of a dirty air problem that's affecting Harvick's car. Harvick nearly to the outside off turn 4 that time. He has a run. Harvick charges. He's there on the right side door. The 22 of Logano, at least on corner entry, now cuts it down to the bottom off the exit. Harvick with a run going into turn 3. Looking to the inside. Joey Logano now is going to be forced into that second lane. Off the exit of turn 4, Harvick is almost on the left rear corner panel. He may have made contact with Logano that time. Side by side for the lead into turn 1. Harvick on the bottom, Logano on the outside. Chris Buescher 7/10 of a second back in third and closing. Harvick again fails to stay alongside Logano on the back straightaway. These two are using their tires up quite a bit at this point in the run, but still one stop left to the end of the race. Who will be the first to pit? Harvick a half a lane off the top again. He doesn't want to go back to the bottom. Joey Logano on the inside. Harvick gets the drive off. Now he's on the right side door of Logano, middle of the back straightaway heading towards turn 3. Harvick pinches the 22 car down on the bottom of the racetrack. Stenhouse, who's on fresher tires, sits right behind him, will go 3 wide to the inside. Harvick clear for the lead on Logano at the line. Kevin Harvick to the lead for the first time today with 66 laps to go. Lap car of Stenhouse down on the bottom will get by, and he'll get one of his laps back on fresher tires. Chris Buescher is still 9/10 of a second back. He was closing in, but now Harvick has gotten by Logano and is quickly pulling away. Kevin Harvick, the closer, trying to do it 2 weeks in a row. Chris Buescher now battling Joey Logano for second. Buescher going to the outside all the way near the wall. Same line that Kyle Busch and Christopher Bell have been running most of the day. In the corners, Buescher looking for more time and maybe a little more straightaway speed to get by Logano that way. Martin Truex Jr., Kyle Busch also battling for position, currently for 8th. Truex on the inside, Kyle Busch on the outside. Lap car of Justin Haley on fresher tires down on the bottom. Christopher Bell has passed Eric Almirola for 6th on the racetrack. And Denny Hamlin's 2.7 seconds off the lead on a little bit fresher tires than everybody else towards the front. Buescher briefly got to the inside of Logano off turn 4, but couldn't stay alongside of him on the front stretch. He's going to have to let the lap car of Bowman on fresher tires get by. There are a lot of cars that are lapped down that have been pitting in recent laps that are on fresher tires that have been getting back to 1 lap down here recently. 1 or 2 down depending on where they were at the time of them pitting. And they're kind of getting in the way in the battle for second right now between Buescher and Logano. Hitstick Gamer, welcome to the stream. For those of you that are watching, hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you haven't already. Caleb Brinkley, welcome into the stream as well. Chris Buescher will be the first car inside the top 5 to pit with 60 laps to go. Well, that vaults him to the lead as he was less than a second behind Harvick and Logano.
A lot of traffic back there just to make that happen. They wanted him to come. At that point, he was like 3 wide on the outside, nowhere to go. He had to row this Mustang down so he could get down to the bottom line and get it rowed up so he could get on pit road safely and cleanly. Buescher will take on 4 and Sunoco Fuel to get to the end. Marty.
Boy, I like this move by Rodney Childers coming a little bit early here for Kevin Harvick. Once he got to the lead, he had checked out as well. The car has been so good on long runs. And remember, Parker, they still have another set of fresh Goodyear tires should there be a caution later.
Correct, buddy. An immediate reaction by Paul Wolf and this 22 car there. As you saw Joey Logano struggling towards the end of this run. LTL, meaning loose on entry, tight in the center, and loose off the corner. And you saw it live that he lost the lead there to Kevin Harvick, just struggling at handling. Also on pit road, the 9 of Chase Elliott, who sort of stalled out around the 8th position, struggling with getting a feel in the front of that car right now.
The 18 of Kyle Busch, Parker.
Right, he's on pit road here as we see these green flag stops. It's been up and down day since that spin we saw from Kyle Busch. He just has not been able to get the handle, especially late in the run on his 18 car. At times it's been too loose and hard to get the throttle down. Other times it just doesn't have the front turning ability that he wants. Here as he's been running the top 10.
Ross Chastain also on pit road.
And Hamlin out in front. Dave.
Well, it'll be Ross Chastain, the next one to make the move here. Can this Chevrolet make something out of a day that has gone the wrong direction? He'll take on 4 to the end here. He's got stickers left to do it. And with 56 laps to go, we'll get the most of the good out of him that he can, Parker.
Bubba Wallace also on pit road here, just struggling that drive off later of the run as he pulls away with 4 Goodyear tires.
So Denny Hamlin, Christopher Bell, Martin Truex Jr. run 1, 2, 3. Ryan Blaney, Kyle Larson still on the track as well, and yet have to hit pit road before the end of the race. Hamlin has about a 1.9 second lead over Christopher Bell. Now, Denny Hamlin does not have another set of sticker tires left. If he were to pit again, he'd have to put scuffs on. So the likelihood that Hamlin will stay out to the end of the race on a one-stop strategy will be likely. He was able to stay out of the pits about 15 or so laps longer than the rest of the field earlier. And currently he has about 23 seconds over Harvick, who just got back on the lead lap. Buescher has cycled ahead of Logano, but Buescher is still behind the 4 of Kevin Harvick. Buescher back on the lead lap. Logano will be the next car to get back on the lead lap as well. Bell's a little bit slower than Hamlin the last couple laps, as Hamlin's been about 1/10 of a second quicker the last 2 laps than the 20 car in second place. Kyle Larson is finally into pit.
Dave. Gives up 5th position to come down pit road now. This car went so loose. He was having such a hard time controlling it, so they'll try to make an adjustment here to make it better for Kyle to get to the end. Again,
Blaney into pit as well.
Today hasn't gone the way that they planned it.
See how their stop goes. And Marty Blaney's out there.
Yep, 52 to go, Rick. Final set of sticker tires for Ryan Blaney, and he has not had a lot of answers for Jonathan Hassler and that team as to what's happened with the handling of this race car and a drastic weather change here at Richmond as well. That might play a part in it. Martin Truex Jr. coming to pit road. Final set of sticker tires for him as well. And I think on a day where they thought they would contend for the win, the handling has gotten better for the 19, but that brake shake has been an issue all day long. Truex saying that makes the car go tight so early in the run. 50 to go. Truex with the final set of good years.
Denny Hamlin now up to 2.4 seconds ahead of Christopher Bell. Both Hamlin and Bell are still the only 2 drivers that have yet to hit pit road and are likely going to stay out to the end of the race. We know Denny Hamlin will because he doesn't have another set of sticker tires left to the end. I'm not sure if Bell's in the same predicament or not. Bell did spin earlier in the race, so he may be on the same tire strategy as Denny Hamlin as far as not just having another set of stickers left. 49 laps to go. Kevin Harvick is 19 seconds yet off the race lead, but he's running a pace fast enough where I do think he is going to be able to catch Hamlin and Bell no problem. As long as Hamlin and Bell, if they don't pick their pace up, and now Hamlin's into pit. Hamlin pitting from the lead, as well as Bell.
Pit road, the 20 of Christopher Bell also has come to pit road. Parker.
Right, as we see these Joe Gibbs racing cars finally hit pit road here, led by Christopher Bell and Denny Hamlin. 4 tires for Christopher Bell, and this is not his last set of stickers. He will still have another set of stickers after this, Dave.
Hamlin's car was too tight on that run. We'll see where he cycles in and what he can do with a
problem on pit road with the jack.
That was a little slow right there. That won't help.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jackman having problems on the left side. He dropped it too soon. They didn't have the left front tire secured. Had to rejack the car up to secure the left front tire. And so Kevin Harvick has cycled back to the lead following green flag pit stops now with 47 laps to go. And I think that was... I don't know what Hamlin did there for tires. They probably just put scuffs back on. It's going to be very interesting. Christopher Bell has beaten Hamlin out of the pits as well. So Bell's 13.3 seconds off the lead and has about 12 lap fresher tires than Kevin Harvick and Chris Buescher, who are 1-2 at the front of the field. Chris Buescher a little bit faster than Harvick that last lap. He is slowly closing in on the 4 car. Buescher pitted 1 lap before Harvick to get around Logano on pit road, but that 1 lap isn't going to make much of a difference on tires and grip in comparison to the other Ford in front of him. So if Chris Buescher wins today's race, he will be locked into the playoffs as long as we don't have more than 16 different winners, or as long as he is not the last driver of those with 1 win if we have more than 16 winners this season. That would put Ryan Blaney below the cutoff line and in a must-win situation if Buescher wins. 0.8 of a second is the difference. The other drivers inside the top 10 without a win this year would just be Eric Almirola in 5th, and Martin Truex Jr. 10th. Blaney has slid back to 11th place in the late going of the race. Haley, welcome into the stream, by the way, as well. Almost 300 viewers currently watching. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe for more daily NASCAR content if you have not already. 147 likes on the stream. Be doing live commentary for the NASCAR Cup race at Watkins Glen next Sunday, starting at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as well, just like we are doing here this weekend. Live race commentary on the daily, the video game races during the week, and the real races on the race weekend, all in the hopes of hopefully one day getting into the commentating booth for future races down the road. Brad Keselowski was holding up Kevin Harvick, trying to help his teammate Chris Buescher and playing team owner role there, and Harvick had to move Keselowski out of the way, and now Buescher's on the outside of Harvick off turn 2. He shuts the door on him. Stenhouse is the next lapper in the way of the 17 car now, and the 17 makes contact with the 47. Harvick holds clear off turn 4. It was an 0.8 of a second difference between Harvick and Buescher before Harvick got held up by the 6 of Keselowski. Buescher still trying to get around Stenhouse, finally clears him off turn 2. And there's about a 2-car length gap right now between the 4 and the 17 into turn 3. They'll be coming to 40 to go this time by. And as a Ryan Blaney fan, I'm not going to lie, I kind of have chills right now. I'm kind of really hoping that Buescher does not win this race. Please, for the love of God, Harvick, hold on to it. Oh, man. Kevin Harvick trying to hold on to get back-to-back wins. Can Buescher get himself into the playoffs? Not enough 8 wide racing. Thank you for doing the live comments. Yeah, no problem. I love doing it. Love watching the race with you guys on a weekly basis. And we're setting up for a good finish here in a battle between the 4 of Kevin Harvick and the 17 of Chris Buescher. Joey Logano is still in third, but he's 3.9 seconds off the lead. He's going to need some help to get up towards the front. Christopher Bell might be the fastest car on the racetrack right now, but he is only 10.1 seconds off the lead, and he still has a few other cars, obviously, to pass because he's in the 6th place position. I don't know that 38 laps is enough time for Bell to get to the front. Harvick starting to get through lap traffic a little bit better than the 17 car of Chris Buescher after Harvick finally got around Keselowski. Way things run right now, Ryan Blaney, by the way, is 27 points ahead of Martin Truex Jr. as long as Chris Buescher does not win this race. Standout performance today for Buescher. He had a second-place finish at Sonoma earlier this season on a road course. His best run on an oval, though, is definitely today. Chase Elliott's got a massive run right now on Joey Logano as they battle for third place at 4.7 seconds off the race lead. Elliott on the inside of Logano as they're still side by side off turn 4. Logano had to check up because the lap car J.J. Yeley kind of got in his way, and that allows Elliott to clear him into turn 1. So Chase Elliott is now up to third as he has passed Joey Logano for position. That was about as quickly as he could have gotten around Logano because I think Logano was going to make it tough on him, but J.J. Yeley got in the 22 car's way. Kevin Harvick is slowly pulling away from Chris Buescher. It's a 0.6 of a second lead right now. 34 laps to go at Richmond. Eric Harris, welcome into the stream. Yeah, there was I think it was an engine issue that caused Ty Gibbs to DNF earlier. I don't know what happened to Eric Jones. He dropped out of the race and the broadcast didn't even talk about it. I didn't realize he was out until I went through the field pass under the last full screen commercial break. Andy Harmon, welcome into the stream. Just say no to Logano. He's pretty much saying anybody but Logano. Just over 300 people watching. Again, hit that like button. Subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. We'll see if we can get over 200 likes here before the end of the stream. Hit that like button, guys. Helps these streams out a ton. Buescher losing a little bit of ground lap after lap to Kevin Harvick. Harvick's really showing great speed in that 4 car right now. The only driver who has a chance, in my personal opinion, to catch Harvick on raw speed is Christopher Bell, who has just passed Almirola for 5th. Bell is now down to 8.3 seconds off the lead. He has roughly 12 lap fresher tires than Harvick. If he manages his tires well enough and continues to run the pace he is running now, it is going to be very close on if Bell can get to Harvick. It's also going to matter on how quickly he can get around the next cars for position in front of him, which would be Logano, Elliott, and Buescher before he gets to Harvick as well. Kevin Harvick starting to catch cars at the tail end of the lead lap as well. Austin Cindric and Bubba Wallace in 12th and 13th are the last 2 cars on the lead lap, and Harvick is closing in on both of them. Chris Buescher a little bit faster than Harvick those last 2 laps, and he's down to 0.4 of a second off the lead again, so Buescher may be catching a second wind. He lost ground from Harvick, couldn't get through the lap traffic as quick as him, and now he's starting to get through it just as good, if not a little better, over the last couple laps, and he's trying to make a second-ditch effort. You never know if Harvick catches Brad Keselowski again before the end of the race. I'm sure he's going to try to hold him up a second time. Keselowski is 1 lap down in 15th currently. Chase Elliott isn't really closing in on the battle for the lead right now. He's still 4.7 to 4.8 seconds off the lead, which is where he was when he passed Logano. Logano's actually lost a second and a half to Elliott and to the leaders since Elliott passed him about 9 to 10 laps ago. William Byron, by the way, has just moved inside the top 10, getting around Ryan Blaney for position. So Blaney's now back to 11th place and still battling Byron. It looks like they're moving back and forth on the leaderboard yet. Blaney fighting for every point possible. As long as Harvick wins this race, he'll still be above the cutoff line for at least another week. Bubba Wallace, Daniel Suarez, both in front of Kevin Harvick right now. Harvick got off turn 2 a lot better than Wallace. Harvick to the inside of the 23 car. Harvick ran off the bottom just a little bit. Almost got into the side of Wallace and clears him off turn 4. 12 cars now on the lead lap. Chris Buescher going to the outside. Changing his line up. He's going up near the wall like Kyle Busch and Christopher Bell have been running most of the day. And speaking of Bell, he is only 6.1 seconds off the lead and has just passed Joey Logano for 4th. Broadcast hasn't really talked about Christopher Bell yet, but we're keeping an eye on him here on our commentary because he is closing in. He's down to 5.8, now 5.7 seconds off the race lead. And the more the 4 of the 17 battle and use their tires up, Bell might have a shot to steal the win late and get his second win of the season. Bell also a winner on a flat track so far this year at New Hampshire. Yeah, Christopher Bell is the fastest car on the racetrack. 4.7 seconds off the race lead. Wearing all Harvick stuff. Well, Carmen Hatch, thanks for tuning in. Harvick starting to gap the 17 car again. Side-by-side lap traffic between Suarez and Bubba Wallace right in front of Buescher. Buescher's got nowhere to go. Kevin Harvick is now 0.9 of a second ahead of him and 2 lap cars between the top 2 yet. Make that a 1 second lead now for Harvick. Christopher Bell has caught Chase Elliott for 3rd. Trying to get around Chase Elliott for 3rd place right now is Bell. Fastest car on the track, 21 laps to go. Pitting 12 laps after Kevin Harvick, Chris Buescher, really the rest of the field. Is the difference in speed really between the 20 and the rest of the field right now, and why he's been able to drive up as far as he has. .2 seconds now, the gap between Harvick and Buescher. By the way, Carmen, I'm pulling for Harvick too. I'm pulling for anybody with a win because I'm a Blaney fan. I don't want him to miss the playoffs because he doesn't have a win this season. Oh, jeez. Chase Elliott, Christopher Bell side by side. Bell on the outside has cleared Elliott for third. 4.6 seconds off the lead with 18 laps to go is Bell. And he was just over 10 seconds off the lead when he had cycled off of pit road with about 47 laps remaining. So he has gained roughly 5.5 seconds over the last 30 laps. That pace is starting to slowly fall off a little bit on Bell's race car. He's not running quite as quick as what he was when he caught Logano. Sure, him battling Chase Elliott definitely cost him a little bit. It's at a 4.3 second difference now between first and third. I think Bell can get to Buescher because Buescher is losing pace to the 4 of Harvick now. But if Harvick's pace keeps up, I think he's going to win the race. As long as it stays green, of course. And as long as he doesn't catch Brad Keselowski again, which I don't think he will. The way things are going right now, Keselowski's in 15th. And trying to see who the last car 2 laps down is right now. On our screen it says Austin Dillon, but I don't think that's right. Second and a half difference now between Harvick and Buescher. Bell is now less than 4 seconds off the lead. Down to 3.8. 15 to go. Stu Isaac, welcome to the stream. Nathan Urich, welcome. Thanks for that comment, by the way, Nathan. I do my best to give the live commentary to you guys, make it feel as realistic as possible throughout the course of the race. Well, mainly Cup Series races. I'll try to get more Xfinity races here before the end of the season. I plan on doing Bristol and maybe Daytona. But unless they're at night, I don't have a chance to do them. 3.4 seconds is the gap between first and third. Again, Christopher Bell, fastest car on the racetrack right now. He needs to get around Chris Buescher quickly once he catches Buescher. And even Buescher's been faster than Harvick the last couple laps. Again, down to 1.2 second advantage. It was a second and a half just a few laps ago. I think Buescher went back to the outside lane again once he finally was able to get around a couple lap cars. Denny Hamlin's also running pretty quick, but not quite as quick as Bell. He had to put scuffs back on the car that he had a couple laps on, so he can't keep the same pace that the 20 car had despite pitting on the same lap. And also lost his position to the 20 off of the racetrack and on pit road because the jackman had dropped the jack a little too soon before they had tightened up the left front tire, and they had to rejack the car up to secure that left front tire onto the race car before Hamlin could leave his pit box. So Hamlin is 5.6 seconds off the lead. He's actually catching Chase Elliott for fourth right now. He's only a couple tenths behind him. Christopher Bell now to 2.4 seconds off the race lead. 10 laps to go at Richmond for Kevin Harvick. As my earpiece falls out of my ear. And throw that back in. They're doing it through the field right now. I usually let you guys listen into that, but they haven't really talked much about Christopher Bell closing in on Kevin Harvick, hardly at all. They mentioned it briefly about 10 laps ago once he caught Chase Elliott, but they haven't mentioned it since. Bell's only 1 second behind Chris Buescher now with 9 to go. I mentioned I think he's going to catch Buescher. I don't know if he's going to get to Harvick or not. Both Bell and Harvick both have a win, so that would not affect Ryan Blaney and Martin Truex Jr. as far as points go. They could still have a shot to point their way in if one of those two drivers win. Bell catching lap cars of Ross Chastain, Noah Gragson, Tyler Reddick. They're all staying on the outside. Remember, Bell spun earlier in the stage as well. That put him back in traffic when he was inside the top 10 at one point earlier in the race. So he's trying to come back from that as well as on these fresher tires. Bell has moved down to the inside lane as well. He was running the top, but he's been having to pass lap cars on the bottom. Probably taking him off his preferred line. Chris Buescher up on the outside as well. He is closing in on Buescher. 7 laps to go for Kevin Harvick. Make that 6 to go. 2 seconds off the lead, a half a second behind Buescher. And I'm sure Buescher's not going to give up that second place position very easily to Bell, especially in case a caution comes out, so he could try to potentially line up on the front row. As well as obviously racing for the second place position to the finish. 1.7 seconds off the lead, 5 to go. Bell has to go 3 wide in the middle. Bubba Wallace, the lap car, is on the bottom. Bell is alongside the 17 of Buescher off the exit of turn 2, side by side for second place into 3. Bell on the bottom, Buescher on the outside off the exit of turn 4. Christopher Bell is going to slide up. He is clear by about a half a car length on Buescher. 4 to go, 1.7 seconds between Harvick and Bell. Austin Cindric is a lap car right in front of the 20. He is the only lap car between the 4 and the 20. Then there will be nothing but clean air for the 20 to catch the 4. Bell has to move up to that outside lane. Cindric might have held up the 20 just a little bit, and Bell was only about a tenth of a second quicker than Harvick that last lap. 3 laps to go. Lead down to 1.4 seconds off the exit of turn 2. Bell in the middle groove. Ty Dillon, Michael McDowell are side by side right in front of Kevin Harvick right now off the exit of turn 4. They've got really nowhere to go for Kevin Harvick, and Bell was about a half a second quicker than Harvick that last lap. 1 second between the top 2. 2 laps to go. Harvick clears McDowell. He's side by side with Dillon. That might have scrubbed off a little time. But now it's Bell who has to get around both Dillon and McDowell. Final lap of the race for Kevin Harvick. 0.7 of a second is what Bell's going to have to do to get to him. Final lap of the race. Kevin Harvick down low. Christopher Bell also on the bottom lane. He has gotten around both the lap cars of Dillon and McDowell, but he's still about 0.4 of a second back into 3 and 4. 2.5 to 3 car lengths is the difference between 3 and 4 this time. He's going to be about 1 lap short, and Kevin Harvick is going to win back-to-back. He'll go to victory lane today in the Federated Auto Parts 400 at Richmond. Kevin Harvick holds on by about a car length and a half over Christopher Bell at the finish. Christopher Bell will finish in second. Chris Buescher with a great day finishing third. Denny Hamlin fourth, and Chase Elliott rounds out the top 5. Joey Logano in 6th. Martin Truex Jr. 7th. Eric Almirola 8th. Kyle Busch 9th. And Ryan Blaney snuck into the top 10 on the final laps of the race as well. 60th career win for Kevin Harvick, tying him with Kyle Busch for 9th all-time on the NASCAR win list. Back-to-back wins for Harvick. 65 races winless consecutive before snapping it last week at Michigan, and Kevin Harvick has done it again just 7 days later. What a finish, too. I thought Bell might have had a shot to get there. One more lap, and he would have gotten around him, too. Oh, my goodness. Good race. And Kevin Harvick goes on to win it. And for the second straight week, he'll have the burn down on the front stretch. Stay tuned. You'll get to listen to all of the post-race interviews. We'll go through the full field running order results once NBC takes their first commercial break following the post-race interview with our race winner, Kevin Harvick. Just 11 cars finished on the lead lap today. Scruffy Janitor, welcome to the stream. more lap, would have lost some money. Troy, thanks for tuning in. Stephen McPeak, I see you in the chat as well. Be sure to hit that like button if you are leaving on your way out, and also subscribe for more daily NASCAR content as well. Road to 3,000 subs, and of course on the road to becoming a NASCAR commentator for future races down the line in real life. Burnout complete. Harvick getting out of his race car. Following career win number 60. Back-to-back for Harvick. Thrilling fashion at the end of the race this week on tire strategy that Christopher Bell almost pulled off. Being 10 seconds off the lead with about 47 to go on just 12 lap fresher tires. Margin of victory 0.4 of a second and about a car length and a half to 2 car lengths when they cross the checkered flag.
Wow, Kevin Harvick in victory lane for the second week in a row. I mean, in all honesty, did you see back-to-back wins coming from this 4 team? I know you said last week, if you doubt us, you don't know us. But did you see back-to-back wins in the cards before the regular season ended?
I didn't know. It's like I said last week. I mean, the cards have been running good week in and week out, and you see that we have a lot better understanding of what's going on with how we did adjust it on the car after the first run, and we're able to get our car handling a lot better. And I think as it got dark, the racetrack really came to our Mobil 1 Ford Mustang. So just got to thank Mobil, Busch Light, Gear Wrench, Hunt Brothers, Ream Ford, Xfinity, Morton Buildings, Easy Go, everybody who helps at Stewart-Haas Racing on this 4-car.
It's maybe a good thing it wasn't 401. Did you see Christopher Bell coming, and were you getting a little bit worried there?
Well, I knew he was coming, but I forgot to shift down the front straightaway the last time. I was not paying attention, and he got closer than he should have. So I made a mistake there a couple laps doing the same thing. I wasn't shifting on the back, and I was shifting in the front, so there was a lot going on, and made a couple mistakes, let him get too close.
So, Kevin, with this level of momentum for you and the 4 team, how dangerous can this team be in the playoffs?
We're just going to keep doing the things that we're doing, right? I think we just have to, just keep an open mind about things and keep progressing and keep understanding the car, understand what we could have done better today, understand what we could have done better in qualifying yesterday, and do the same thing over and over. I want to say hi to Piper and Keelan, Delaney, and everybody at home.
They're going to celebrate back-to-back wins. Rodney Childers, Kevin Harvick. They put Ford and Stewart-Haas Racing in victory lane here in front of these fans at Richmond.
Unbelievable what Kevin Harvick is doing in age 46 season. He's been super consistent all year. He's top 10 in the regular season points once again for a reason. And now finally clicking off 2 wins as well. Tim Irvin, you called it. I will give you props. You said Harvick was going to go back-to-back today. I remember you saying that in the pre-race. I was like, well, we'll see about that. He starts pretty deep in the field. He was 20th. He was actually just racing 20th in Stage 1. Amazing job by Rodney Childers and the rest of that 4 team making the adjustments on that 4 car throughout the course of today's race. And he had a race-winning car here by the end. On equal strategy, he probably had the fastest car. Bell was faster than him late, but he did have a little bit fresher tires than the 4 car, and the 4 was able to hold on. I mentioned that the winner of this race was probably going to win based off of strategy, and it was probably going to be somebody that had one of the better crew chiefs in the game. And Rodney Childers is one of the best crew chiefs in the game, and Kevin Harvick's still proven he is still one of the best drivers as well. En route to victory. Old man Harvick getting new back after carrying SHR. Perfect timing for you to join the chat. Thanks for tuning in. Oh, jeez. See Sarah Harrigan in the chat as well. Murtaza Solomon, welcome. Kevin Harvick ties Dale Earnhardt 426 career top 10s. That's awesome. I didn't even know that. Anytime you can tie Dale Earnhardt in anything statistical, that is an impressive thing to do, and it's even more fitting considering that Harvick was the man that took over for Dale Sr. after his tragic death in the 2001 Daytona 500, so kind of coming maybe potentially full circle here, and I'm sure he'll get more top 10s than just that, considering he still has next year on his contract as well as the rest of this year, and this team is riding a hot streak at the right time right now. I don't know who the oldest driver is to win a championship in the NASCAR Cup Series, but that's something to start thinking about. Is Kevin Harvick have a chance to win a championship in his age 46 season? Parker Kligerman standing next to second place finisher Christopher Bell.
A corner more, Christopher Bell, to get the win. What more did you need on that run to beat Kevin Harvick?
Yeah, I don't know. I got held up a little bit there on the front side. And I guess when you're splitting hairs like that, that probably cost me the race. But, man, that's 2 races in a row here at Richmond at the beginning of the year. We kind of had that same strategy and barely missed 5th coming to the line, and today it was a win. But really, really proud of Adam Stevens, this entire 20 group. The Ream Camry didn't feel very good at the beginning, and we had our fair share of troubles. And pit crew really came through at the end there with some blazing stops and allowed us to get in front of the 11, who was on the same strategy as us, and get up there and contend.
I saw those troubles. You spun out, you had a pit road penalty, and then I saw you taking a look at the right front of the race car. What were you looking at there?
Yeah, I fenced it early on whenever I was running really high, so I was just looking at that. But definitely an eventful day. Richmond has been a place that's been so good to me. Very thankful for the opportunity to be at Joe Gibbs racing for the win like that. So hopefully we can carry this momentum forward.
Great comeback for Christopher Bell in this 22.
And here is Dave Burns with Chris Buescher.
Win, how close were you?
Really close. Everyone on our Fastenal Mustang did such a tremendous job overnight because we didn't know we were in this position yesterday, and didn't qualify real well, and everyone worked hard and had a fantastic race car today. So I think it's a little easy with this format to feel like third place doesn't matter, but it's nice to be close and to keep progressing and getting better as we've gotten through the summer. So really neat to finish here. Really proud of everybody. Just burn the rear tires up. Ultimately, that's on me. Lap traffic didn't do us any favors either, but ultimately just got to keep the rears under a little bit better so that we can have a little better shot there to get after them for the win.
Chris, tell us what you see from the inside, because we've been watching this organization, some change this year and not great results, and then lately it's been like, okay, maybe they are here. What have you been seeing lately?
It's not really fair to just look at the results because at the beginning of the year we didn't fire off as good as we thought. We didn't have the improvement, and it took us a few months, but we've had 3 or maybe 4 months now of really solid runs. Really good speed ever since Dover. Really, that we've been really close. We've had some bad luck, had some mistakes that I got to clean up. We've made progress through all of it. The results don't always show it. We were running really well at the 600 and we ended up upside down. There's no doubt in my mind we could have competed for a win at any road course and we were on fire. We're making highlight reels for all the wrong reasons. So we've been fast in those processes though. We just have to put it all together to show those results like we did here today.
And you get a road course in Daytona coming up. What do you think?
I'm excited. I'm ready for the Glen.
All right, we'll see what happens. Chris been very good on the road courses this year. His next best opportunity.
And Parker Kligerman now standing with Joey Logano, who finished 6th.
And then it started to go away in that last run. What happened there?
Yeah, I think just as the sun went down, Jack cooled off, obviously, and lost some turn on our car. And Kevin and, some others got a lot better the last couple of runs of the race. And when it was hot and slick, that was probably our strength with the Shell Penzo Mustang. And we had good turn. And then once it cooled off, we lost the turn, but we still weren't real good on the exits. And then you start playing defense and running too hard, and it's just kind of a downhill slope from there. So I was hoping for a late race caution for something. That was our own repair at the end there. But overall, hey, we got a stage win, playoff point. That's something to be proud of. Just thanks when you say we led 222 laps and not the right one.
That was a lot of laps. But, this 22 car, I feel like you guys have gotten some great results as of late without the speed. Today, you had the speed. How much encouragement does that give you as we head towards the playoffs?
Yeah, it means we're executing, really well throughout the race, so we're able to get something out of a race where we don't have a fast enough car. And when you have days like today, we have a fast enough car, you want to capitalize. And we did, as far as a playoff point and a stage win, but not enough at the end of the race. So need these ones to be race wins instead of just stage wins. But overall, I feel like we're starting to come into our own here as the playoffs come around the corner. We're getting a little bit more solid, situated more in the top 5 more than what we've been. So I'm proud of that, and we just got to keep that going.
Guys, I think this 22 team's finding a little bit of that speed as we head towards the playoffs. Could be dangerous for everyone else.
Well,
So a quick look on the playoff standings before we go through the full field running order at the end of, or I should say unofficial results at the end of today's race. Because we got a repeat winner today, that means Ryan Blaney is still above the cutoff line on Martin Truex Jr. Currently 26 points is the gap between Blaney and Truex. Coming into the day, it was 19. Blaney outscored Truex in the stages. Truex did finish, it looked like 3 spots higher than Ryan Blaney at the end of the race, but the stage points is where Ryan Blaney was able to beat the 19 team and really put that gap. So 26 points is now the gap, and a net gain for the 12 over the 19 of 7 points in today's race. Now time to go through the full field running order, then we'll take a look at how the fantasy team did in today's race and how your guys' fantasy teams did as well. Kevin Harvick gets the win. 0.4 of a second was the margin of victory in today's race over second place Christopher Bell. Chris Buescher ends up, also Kevin Harvick led 55 laps today en route to his win. Chris Buescher ends up finishing in third, 2.4 seconds off the race lead. Denny Hamlin in fourth, 3.8 seconds off the lead. Chase Elliott rounded out the top 5. Joey Logano in 6th, Martin Truex Jr. in 7th, Eric Almirola in 8th, Kyle Busch 9th, and Ryan Blaney rounds out the top 10. Last car on the lead lap was William Byron in 11th. First car lap down was Austin Cindric in 12th. Bubba Wallace finishes in 13th, Kyle Larson in 14th, Brad Keselowski 15th. Austin Dillon 16th, Ty Dillon 17th, Ross Chastain 18th, Daniel Suarez 19th, and Alex Bowman 20th. 21st was Justin Haley, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. 22nd, Chase Briscoe 23rd, Noah Gragson 24th, Harrison Burton 25th, Cole Custer 26th, Ty Gillen 27th, Corey LaJoie in 28th, Michael McDowell 29th, Landon Castle 30th, Tyler Reddick in 31st, J.J. Yaley 32nd, B.J. McLeod 33rd, Cody Ware 34th, Eric Jones DNF'd. I don't know what happened to him. He had a mechanical failure at some point in that final stage. Not sure exactly what happened there. I think he was actually involved in that last accident, so maybe he had like a toe link issue or something, but we never heard what happened to Eric Jones. But he finishes 35th, and then some sort of mechanical issue on the 45 car of Ty Gibbs back in stage 2. He DNF'd in the first half of the race as a result. Had to pull behind the garage, finished 220 laps down. Average race speed of 97.49 miles per hour. And we have 5 cautions in today's race total, 3 for incidents, keeping the streak alive of now 7 consecutive Richmond Cup races in which we have had 5 or less cautions for incident in a single race. A majority of those came at the beginning of stage 3, similar to the spring race earlier this season. Connor Johnson, welcome to stream. Harvick locked in the playoffs. Yeah, with the second win, he's definitely locked in now, but I would have said with 1 win, he would have been locked in, or likely locked in as well, considering the fact that he was pretty high up in the points. I mean, he's in the top 10 in the regular season standings before he won last week, and then he won again this week. So quite a few points in the last couple weeks as well. Colton Thompson, thanks for tuning in, watching the post-race press. Yeah, there you go. Let's see here. Lucas Salisbury, welcome to the stream as well. Scott Taffel, welcome into the stream. I saw a couple of you guys join then after the checkered flag wave. So that was the finishing results. Joey Logano also did lead the most laps today, as you probably heard in his interview. 222 laps led for Logano. He also won stage number 2. He led the most times, as 5 different times Joey Logano led as well. Ross Chastain led 80 laps today, the second most. Remember, he won stage 1, qualified second, ran real well early, but he ended up falling all the way back to 18th there at the end. And then Harvick led the third most laps, the 55 led into winning the race. So the 2 stage winners led the most laps, so there's a race winner who ended up getting the win, leading the third most laps. The spotlight drivers in today's race, based off the predictions, we'll go through and see where they finish before I take a look at my fantasy team and take a look at your guys' fantasy teams as well. So the 2 must-have picks of Denny Hamlin and Martin Truex Jr. both had top 10s today, so I was right on that. Truex ended up finishing in 7th. Not great in the stages, but got a better finish. And Denny Hamlin ran top 5 most of the day and ends up finishing in 4th place. He was my pick to win today's race as well. Good run for the 11 team. And honestly, he would have been on the same strategy as Bell there at the end of the race. It was a couple seconds ahead of Bell prior to his pit stop. If he could have had an extra set of tires left, that would have been fine. But remember, they had to put scuffs on at the end of that race. At the end of the race when he pitted with 47 laps to go. They put scuffs on because he didn't have another set of sticker tires left because he had pitted very early in stage 3 and actually used up that last set of tires he could have had to the end of the race. So that was a tough break for Hamlin there, but that was a strategy call that just did not go his way. The two sleeper picks I had for this weekend was Christopher Bell, who finished second. Obviously got that right. William Byron finished 11th, just outside the top 10. My prediction was for him to get a top 10. He ran top 10 most of the day, but him and Blaney were battling for 10th for a large portion of those final 50 laps, and they were going back and forth quite a bit, but it looked like Blaney by a few seconds still ended up finishing ahead of him. So I went 1 for 1 on the predictions there. That puts me 3-1 overall. And then my two don't have picks of Chase Elliott and Bubba Wallace finishing out outside the top 10. I was wrong on Chase Elliott. He gets another top 5, still proving why he is the championship favorite still this season. Even when he doesn't dominate a race, he still gets a good consistent finish. He led just 1 lap today, but again, top 5 for Chase Elliott. Solid run. So I was wrong there, and I was right on Bubba Wallace. The top 10 streak came to an end today. Had a decent run, finished in 13th, but considering that some of the Joe Gibbs Toyotas obviously outran him, actually, all 4 of them finished in the top 10. Wallace just a little bit behind, but 2311 Toyotas didn't seem like they had quite as much speed, which has kind of been the case for most of the short tracks this year. I've noticed it seems like the Joe Gibbs Toyotas are better on the flatter tracks than the 2311 cars, even when Kurt Busch was in the 45 as well. So that came into play today, so I was right with that. Alrighty, so we'll back out of this. We'll take a look at my fantasy team, which I kind of forgot to update there at the finish of the race. Luckily, I don't think I had to. Ross Chastain was in my garage, and he was the least highest scoring driver on my team. So I did end up having my highest finishing points order, I guess, for what I could have had out of who I had on my team this weekend on the Fantasy League. So I had Denny Hamlin. He finished in 4th place, had 17 stage points. I think Hamlin actually tied for the most stage points in the race today compared to any other driver. He tied with Kyle Larson, who I also had on my team. Larson didn't get a top 10, but he did score a lot of stage points, so 40 points for him and 50 for Hamlin. I had William Byron on my team, finished 11th, scored a few stage points. Christopher Bell didn't get any stage points, but he did finish in 2nd place there at the end when it mattered the most. Great run for him. Martin Truex Jr. finished 7th. He only scored 1 stage point today, so as far as his points compared to Blaney, not great, but for my fantasy team, did pretty good. Bonus points. I got 20 out of the 40 possible bonus points. I had Bell beating Elliott, which he did. I had Blaney beating Logano, which Logano beat Blaney, so I didn't get the points there. I didn't get the points for Hamlin beating Harvick, because Harvick won the race. And I did get points for Truex finishing higher than Kyle Busch. So this week's Richmond winner is Inside Uranus with 217 points scored today. He beats P-Shat Motorsports by 8 points and finished with 209. I finished in 3rd place this week with 208. Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan finishes in 4th with 206 points. And rounding out the top 5 was David Sir with 196. Here is Dave Burns with Denny Hamlin, who finished 4th.
Where was the race ultimately lost for you?
I think that last stop was 4 seconds or something like that too long, and we lost by 3.8. So, I mean, we had the right strategy. I thought going along there was the right call. The fall off wasn't nearly what it was early in the race, and the takeoff wasn't as fast. So going along was the right play. We nailed it. We just had a long pit stop on the last stop.
So did that tightness in the race car, did that kind of go away over the long run?
Yeah, it got better as it went. The longer we went, the better our car got. Certainly didn't fire off well. Certainly coming back here, it's like something I would really try to focus on is getting our first 20 lap speed a little bit faster. But certainly that's not what kept us from winning today. We just got to execute all the stops, and great job by the team coming up with a great strategy there to come back and help me from a bad restart I had early in the race.
All the way to a top 5.
Here's Chase Elliott with Parker Kligerman.
Chase, I feel like this was one of those days where you guys just continually got better throughout the race. Is that the case?
Yeah, I thought our NAPA team did a good job. We got our car better. There as the race went on, it was kind of odd. I didn't really think it was really driving any better, but we were, in comparison to the people around us, we're going forward. So just normal Richmond, just more confusion, I feel like. So I've been here, and you have cars like that where it's not really driving very good, but you're moving forward. And then you'll have days where you feel like your car is driving good and you're not going anywhere. It's, or vice versa. So it's really, this place is really strange, and
The track did gain a lot of grip there towards the end too, and obviously a lot of different strategies going on. So yeah, just nice to get a top 5 out of a tough day yesterday.
You guys were so good for 6 weeks over the summer, and then the last couple weeks maybe some differing results. Where do you feel like this team stacks up right now as we rumble towards the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we want to be better, and Michigan was a big time struggle for us, and this weekend was too, all the way up until the last few runs. So we'll go to work, try to finish off these next 2 weeks strong, and get ready for Darlington.
This team's trying to build up momentum heading to the playoffs.
And Kyle Busch standing with Dave Burns.
You describe today's action.
I mean, we were looking okay, and in a good spot just coming up through there, working our way methodically through the field with our M&M's Toyota Camry, and we got Chastain this week. We were his victim this week, and then that didn't hurt us too bad. We restarted back in a decent spot, but then the next spin, I think, was Christopher. That allowed the guys that were around us that we were kind of racing, some of our team guys, to come get tires, and then they had 10 fresher laps on tires than us the whole rest of the day. So that kind of hurt us. If we would have been on that strategy, we would have run out of tires, but we also probably would have been, in the top 5. So just wrong side of the strategy there at the end. Nothing to do really to flip that, but good fight all day long. The top 10's about what we had anyway. I figured the best we were was about a 7th, but barring a strategy call, we could have probably been top 5. So that's all we had anyway.
Kyle, how does this set you up for the next 2 weeks? I know Toyota's had a little struggle on the road courses this year, but then you have Daytona coming up as well, which is a wild card.
Yeah, for sure. I think at the end of these road courses anyways, those are wild cards too. So, I don't know that we can get 5 wide on the front stretch at Watkins Glen, but watch us. We'll try, and we'll see what happens. But Watkins Glen's always been a great track for us, and this car is definitely not been our strong suit for the road courses, so I would assume, just assumption, that we wouldn't be that great. I would think that we can go run for a top 10 though, barring missing everything happening. And then again, same thing for Daytona, just crapshoot, try to go in there and again get another top 10, try to get the bus rolling in the right direction right now.
Solid day once they turn it around for Kyle Busch.
Getting a lot of interviews on the post-race show this weekend, and they're standing in with Kevin Harvick once again, so you guys will get to listen in to today's winner before we get out of here.
Kevin Harvick in Victory Lane here at Richmond. We'll talk.
That sounds like it's coming up after the commercial break, so never mind. As far as the drivers I had on the fantasy lineup again this week, Denny Hamlin had the most points of any driver this weekend. I had him. Larson was 4th. I had him. Christopher Bell 7th. Byron 10th. Truex 11th as far as points scored today. So pretty solid lineup. I'll take 3rd place this week. Coming into the week, we checked the league standings. Sauce Mafia and Austin Dillon fan was the points leader. And Insider Atus gets the win, and he is going to close that gap quite a bit. I don't think he's quite going to take the lead yet, but he will close the gap with his win this weekend. So what a battle it is right now with 2 races to go in the KRC League. PSHAT Motorsports, who finished 2nd this week, also got a gain on the leader. I'll gain, but I don't think... I mean, I might move inside the top 5. That might be about as far as I'm going to move this week. I'm likely out of contention to win the championship. It looks like it's mainly with the top 3 as of right now. Maybe the Blau V3 has a shot too, but I'd probably lean towards top 3, especially with Daytona being the regular season finale. If you're within 200 points going to that last race, that's where I'd say you still have a shot, especially more so if we get a lot of accidents and you just happen to have the right guys that finish the race is where that's going to come down to. In the regular season finale, I'll put it down in the chat again, but you can join the KRC League on the NASCAR mobile app or website. Sign up with your email. It is free to join. KRC in all caps, space, capital L on league. That is the league you would search for once you sign up with your email. Free to join. Chance to win 2 tickets to any NASCAR race if you're choosing in 2023 if you win the regular season or the playoff championship. And you do have a chance also to win the playoff championship, and you are automatically entered into the playoffs as long as you are in the league when the playoffs start at Darlington in a few weeks. So definitely tune in on that. You guys are running out of time. You got just 2 more weeks to go yet. And as far as the regular season championship, obviously you're not going to win if you join, but you get 2 weeks to play and at least get used to the format of how the fantasy league works once you get in as well. So that is going to be it for this weekend. Thanks for tuning in for the live commentary live stream on the channel. Greatly appreciate all the support you guys give me on a weekly basis. And we got to get rid of this bot out of the chat here on our way out real quick. Ban the bot. Ban it. Be banned. There we go. Couldn't wait. We were almost done. Alright, so that's going to wrap it up here today. Again, like and subscribe for more daily NASCAR content. If you haven't hit the like button yet, make sure you do so. 185 likes on the stream right now, just shy of 200. And we had almost 400 people watching there at the very end of the race. So I appreciate all the support you guys give me on a weekly basis. Again, I'll see you guys. Tomorrow will be the next live stream. NASCAR 06 regular season finale for the Cup Series at Richmond. That will be the next full race live commentary live stream for you guys. Similar to the commentary I did for the real race today for that race at Richmond. Virtually, though, tomorrow night on the channel. And our Do It for Dale series, trying to get Dale Jr. his first career NASCAR Cup Series championship. So have a good rest of your night, everybody. And I'll see you guys at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time again tomorrow.